recording just to make sure there's no craziness going on. All right, so
wants to get her open. Hold on.
Good evening, everyone, for the 78th session of Into the Wildlands. To do a quick recap, the party have, well, done their ritual by blood combat, which has been anticipated for many sessions before, months even, and the party managed to win, not only by default of defeating the majority of the opposing group, the leaders of the Venom Hand and their +1 guest, but also the fact that Farmerex, the younger brother of Anmerex, fled the scene. However, there was also the reveal that Anmerex was already turned not only into a false primal, but he was apparently enslaved as an undead entity, which, Goken, also being a false primal, decided to do battle, which had incurred the wrath of at least one of the higher tier primals, Baractios, to lay a particular law of why such sacred combat should not be desecrated by their laws. Anyway, the party returned to the scene and fought Amrax in his primal form, which copyright infringement here a little bit, but it was the form of a very large Rex-like creature. And nearly losing Chimerex, and only her mount was devoured. They managed to defeat the Devil Joe. It was not an easy battle, as well, Syndra had to use a particular forbidden rune and nearly eviscerated and blew up everybody around us, but she did deliver a killing blow to the very hard to destroy undead monster. And with the combined help of Zarmbal, Syndra, Oberina, and Tyrannin, as well as Arizel, the five were able to remove the strange taint that was within the Fountain of Power, or at least one of the ley line founts, and everyone suffered a mark of Oblivion, with Syndra getting an even greater form that cost her her pinky and ring finger, while also turning most of her fingers pitch black. I would say a few days, no, not a few days, a day, a long rest has passed through. It is the morning of the next day, and everyone is back at the reforged, the remade Emerald Star outpost. There is a somber quietness. Everyone is performing their own tasks and duties. A large number of Venom Hand decided to arrive and surrender, because by traditions of the sacred combat, they are to obey the strong, or rather the victorious. We open up the scene to where the players are hearing about this, and what do they do upon the morning of the next day? And there's a large squadron of Venom Hand who have clearly laid down their arms and are simply just sitting outside in, one could say, patient waiting.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you said everybody got the mark...
No, just the ones I mentioned.
Oh. Okay, good. I was like, I don't remember.
No,
Like, I did not get it.
Yes,
Just checking.
Mavis and Kermit did not receive the mark.
Okay. Thank you.
I think everyone that decided to stick their hand in the funny fountain.
Yes, even Zarbal has his mark now, too.
Can walk it off.
We shall see if you can walk it off. But, yes, so a lot of you got the news. There is a bunch of Venomhand literally just sitting right outside. No hostilities. They're just laying down their arms and looking to seek entry peacefully.
Do we see Zarnwell?
Yeah, Zarbal's there. Let me just change the, let's go in town and just put this here. Okay, maybe a little too dark, but...
Hey, Jesus.
This might work.
Oh, perfect. I don't have to change anything.
All right, Tyrannin, you did actually devour the heart of Sigmarex.
Yeah.
You have a new trait to add to yourself, which
Oh, cool.
I had almost forgotten that. So this is the result of you.
Oh, I ate that?
Yes.
Ew.
Ew.
Don't worry, you didn't get any nasty effects.
Wow, that's actually fucking great.
It's just this was the best image I feel like I could find to justify you consuming Sigmarex. So.
You're too weird.
That makes too much sense for Tyrannin.
Yeah.
See, I don't know, it feels redundant. You're a dragon, after all.
Well, see, now I'm immune to fear, and then I'll level it up. I'll eat somebody else's heart, and I can actually get my fear aura back.
Great, so we gotta go find more people to eat. Great.
That won't be
Literally
that
what I've
hard.
been doing since we left the fucking sharp teeth tribes, just consuming people.
Alright.
Also,
Zamar's getting tired.
No, he doesn't have an aura. He's not that special yet.
Is there a place I can go buy or get more bolts?
yes.
I would like to do that.
Okay, because this is just a custom, well, a very heavily edited map I did. But, where is your... Here we go. The Forge Master.
So...
Has his forge there.
Wait, now I have a question. Since they are surrendering to us, as it would seem, does that mean we have access to the Auric Alchemine that they were guarding so heavily?
Oh, no, the idiot brother, probably. We'll probably learn from them that there's still a contingent at their tribe refusing to acknowledge the battle.
Actually, could everyone give me a roll of D100 each?
Alright, let's go. I'm ready for my ones. Well, someone got it, never mind. I wanted the one.
Oh god, I thought that was my dice.
Yeah, I was...
We got the hunted.
Okay.
I've seen way more hundreds in this game than I really want to in my life.
We roll a lot of D100s though.
Real.
Statistically, we do.
Yeah, I wonder.
That and ones.
Okay, well, that's actually the majority of them. Huh.
Well, shit. Good job.
Those three people are like...
Fuck that! Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the good guy
That
all along.
security guy eats people. Fuck going over there.
Well, you are told by some of the other, either by the Bonebreaker or the Sharpteeth, that Venomhand are not picky about who they eat if they enable to do so. Let me just grab
Makes sense, since Tyrannin was called a Venom Hand the moment we stepped onto this island.
Yep.
I guess I'll go up to Yar's Armball. If he's not busy.
He is not.
So... I guess this kind of puts you as the de facto leader of 3 tribes right now, doesn't it?
I am uncertain how to comprehend this, if one would call it.
Well... as I've learned, it's usually about delineation. But at least we're better off than we were.
This is true. From the looks of it, it seems like we have the majority of the Venom Hand tribe. I suspect
Are they acknowledging Kai?
these here, no doubt, are here as they acknowledge not only our victory and the right of the duel. Perhaps they are wanting to join, or at least stay with the remaining Anmorex is still alive.
Well, I was just trying to say, Chimerex seems a reasonable one to delineate to them.
Well, before this madness had happened, Anmorex and I did agree on the, I believe you would call them political marriages.
Yes. Otherwise known as long-term uncomfortable hostage situations, but yes.
Well, there was the also agreement that both myself and Anmorex would cede leadership to them if they prove themselves worthy. As I said, Anmorex before his change was vastly different. Granted, you had to punch him in the snout to get his respect. But respect earned was...
I was saying pretty standard lizard folk.
Yes, but once respect was earned, that respect was maintained.
Sidra in your head, you hear? I heard that.
And I did. She kind of looks at you. I did have them when I grew Tyrannin. And I did punch them in the head.
Tyrannin walked, like, as soon as he saw all the Venom Hand show up, he walked over to the Sharptooth camp to go talk to a Chimerex.
I hate when he does that.
Oh,
So do you think with my scales changing that I would be able to do that soon too?
perhaps.
I meditate every day.
But
So does Syndra. She literally does it every
I
night.
was gonna say, that's literally called trance.
Shit.
Trance is literally just meditation on drugs.
Basically trying to make my, telepathy better.
Get the thinking better?
Thinking.
Hey.
You're louder.
but yeah.
Tyrannin, louder.
You can get louder with his screams or his breath weapon.
Tyrannin just has like a volume control he's slowly turning up through meditation.
But yeah, so Tyrannin, you go check on Chimerex, which she is still nursing her wounds, as you and everyone else have recalled that she took a large spiky tail right across the chest along with her mount. And currently with their...
I was understood the poor mount.
Well, the mount started the shield, or she would have gotten eaten by her own father, who was turned into a mindless monster. But, so yes, Tyrion, you arrive at the group council meeting, but it's also one of the north camps for the Sharptooth to gather, or at least the leaders. And you do see that both Ignos and Orica are both tending to her wounds. As you can see, she is wrapped up with some bandages. Even magical healing cannot fully recover some broken bones, but also the damage to the heart and soul.
Oh, perfect, Yola here. Camarades, I do understand that you're wounded, but a good majority of your people have arrived. I believe it is time to have somewhat of a tribe meeting. Red Tears, Igmalos, and Marika, as the head of your tribe, you all should follow me. I hold out a hand for Kybrax.
You can see there's a bit of hesitation, not towards your hand gesture, but rather what you have just said. And you can see there's a bit of reluctance of it, as she does speak very calmly, but there is a bit of a shake to her voice. If I was a better leader, I would have noticed the madness and the abomination that my father had become. Perhaps not many of our own kinsmen would have died. I don't even know if the ones left are... I fear they may have been compromised.
I do as well, but I'm sure Sidra and Oberina, possibly even Mavis, have some sort of spells to devise that for us. I've become weak and relying on my magic too often. But what happened to your tribe has happened to many civilizations. Dominguez is craftier than any of us can believe.
You can see there's like the reluctance and quivering of the snout and just a slight bare of the teeth, especially when you mention the name Dominguez. And a very low snarl comes out from her. Yes. My kinsman cannot rest in peace until that wizard is brought to justice, as well as my uncle, who I suspect has more dealings with him than my father, or rather, I suspect he betrayed my father and kinsman.
Yes, I'm more than sure he did. He makes grandiose promises, and as soon as he gets what he wants, takes everything instead.
She takes her hand while also her other hand reaches out and Ignos grasps her other hand. Two of you have no problem lifting her up. She's extremely light despite being a lizard folk. Ignos is being silent, but he is obviously there as the support, as once she is up on her feet, she leans on him as he helps her, or shoulders her up to move. And she makes it very clear to both of you, I will not be carried. And Orica also makes it clear to join in, but she's silent. Red Tears, as she's sitting there as well, looks into it all, looks to you especially. You speak of the thing that lurks in the Black Spire.
Yes, him and his many armors.
I suspect the traitor of my people was also affiliated to some degree.
With the knowledge that there's so many Maraxes, who is the one that transformed into pickles?
Amarex, the chieftain. He is the war
Amarex.
chief, yes.
So with Amarex's sudden transformation into a false primal, and us already believing that he was being manipulated by Magus, I believe that's... Yes, Magus is using some sort of power in the Spire to radically alter your people.
She very calmly walks over to Chimerex, offering an uncharacteristic manner of Knolls, but these Knolls are not the Knolls that most people from at least Fade Room would know. She's surprisingly a lot more civilized. But she speaks in a really rough, primordial tongue, since that is the more commonplace tongue amongst the tribes of the Wildlands. And Tyrion, since you have knowledge of primordial, you notice that she is speaking as best as she can with the Ingwa, or the flame tongue. Considering our tribes being manipulated and turned into inverse abominations, will you grant me the honor to walk with you to handle this situation, and as our new friends? She says friends very roughly, but not as in spite, but rather it's very hard for her to comprehend this word. At least we can rebuild from ashes and the dust. And I'll just move them very quickly. I'll also grab Tyrion. Don't move token.
Okay.
Zoom. I'm just putting all the tokens there. It'll save me trouble for having to move everybody all around this large map. But yeah, so other group, you recognize Tyrion walking with some of the leaders, or at least the new inherited tribe leaders. Zarmball himself is just keeping his presence behind them, but not there. Or at least he's not making his presence too noticeable. And Chimerex begins speaking to them in a draconic tongue, but it leans more toward let me see. To those that have draconic language to them, you may roll me an intelligence at advantage to see what dialect they're speaking.
This is straight intelligence, you said?
Yeah, at advantage.
12.
It's not too
I
high.
sadly am not there.
That's perfectly fine.
I mean, I taught Syndra Draconic.
Yeah. So, Syndra could also roll me an intelligence.
Hey, at the moment.
Okay.
You're God, guys.
The DC was an 11, so that's fine. Tyrion,
Fuck.
so going from ascending order, Syndra definitely sounds a lot similar to Tyrion's tongue, or at least how he talks with his Draconic. Tyrion is definitely the dialect that you would mostly speak with fellow Chromatics, but very rarely you hear one or two words similar to the Metallics. The conversation goes very briefly of Chimerix quite literally demanding of where their loyalties now lie to. And the representing Venom Hands, or at least the more upper caste members, they actually take off their full armor and their weapons and place it in front of her, or rather before them, like in a form of submission, which they all made it clear that their loyalty is to the Venom Hand, and Chimerix is the rightful leader of the Venom Hand now. To which, wherever she goes, they will follow her unquestioningly.
I don't know, the figure slipped.
I mean, you can roll the insight. I'm actually going to roll hers, too.
Yeah, I want to do that.
I mean, anyone else want to roll insight before I give the results?
Still sadly not there.
That's perfectly fine. I'm just saying to anyone who wishes to be there or whatnot, that's totally up to them.
Ari's like, it's all something there.
Yeah, so going ascending order, Arizel, I mean, considering how much these guys tried to kill you the few times you've encountered them, kind of hard to trust them since they're pretty stoic looking and there's no tail twitching or anything. There's no signs of nervousness concerning how they're submitting. Syndra, you recognize that since you did have a lizard folk in your crew, they are of the mind to follow the strong, and if they recognize somebody as stronger or more fitted to lead them, they will follow. But of course, it could also be a shaky thing. Tyrion, this is pretty much similar, or at least it reminds you a bit like how the kobolds, the Azure Dancers, that had made you their chief of their tribe, that they will willingly throw themselves as sword or shield, however their leader wishes them to be, so long as the tribe is prosperous. Which, of course, Chimerix, with her absurdly high insight roll, sees that there is no deceit, there is no falter. They have quite literally submitted themselves and resolved themselves to even death if it means that they will serve their clan.
Alright, I'll just mentally link with, technically I have to do it one at a time, but both Ari and Syndra, and just kind of relay from what I can gather from that. That is a vow of supplication, in full honesty.
After a somewhat uneasy moment of silence, which, again, the only ones that, let me just roll this for the grunts. Okay, so the 100 grunts actually managed to keep themselves from losing their shit, or at least their nervousness. There is an uneasy silence at first, but then Chimerix makes a sigh takes a good look at all of them, and then makes her orders very loud and clear. Right. From here on out, there is no more hostilities with the ones that we would normally call the outsiders. These individuals have helped us. I recognize them as a tribe, a clan here amongst our kins. And we are going to work together. We will establish and enable yourselves available to them to aid them in both protection and patrol. You will hear from me later as to what we will do in the future with the ones that do mean us harm. She takes a good look around at everybody, even looking at the players that are available or are there in the meeting. You'll regard them as your superiors. Right now, the caste system is still in effect, but know that they are your superiors as they are the victors of the ritual combat that has been defiled by our traitor kin. And while I am still injured in dealing with a abomination and a crime against our kinsmen, know that once I'm fully recovered, we will right these wrongs. Now, if any of the... She pauses, looks over to Syndra for almost confirmation. Members of the Fading Hearts wish for your assistance in regards to the Orichalcum mines. You will give them your cooperation without question. And I'll roll this for her. As she is now a leader, she has advantage on some of her persuasions with them. Oh, they're not going to beat that. You see while still in a kneeling position, almost in synchronization, they all give a arm salute while still keeping their heads down. She takes a breath. Now rise, equip your gear, do everything you can to ensure order and protection of this outpost, this area now. You're all dismissed. And with that, slowly but surely, a lot of the Venhams are moving in groups of 5 to 10. They move slowly as to not provoke any aggression or hostilities. And they will begin doing either helping with patrols or fixing the walls.
Just like I've done with the other tribes, I want to kind of just keep an eye out for the ones that pique my interest with how they move and battle readiness.
So you're checking on the Venom hands that look like they're fighting capable?
Yeah.
Okay. To those who are doing something similar as well, you may roll me. I'll give you a choice of 3 choices of perception, investigation, or insight.
Cool.
Nice. Let me just write this down. Alright, 21 and 20. Okay. With that, I'll just roll this here. Actually, both of you can roll me a d6. So Tyrannin, you spot 4 of them that look quite battle ready, capable. Arizel, you notice one that is of particular note, and I'm just going to roll this for myself. Okay. So Tyrannin, the ones that you've been keeping an eye of are more of the fully armored ones, the possible elites that are left to join at least this side of the group. Arizel, you know, some of the more commoner fighters, or rather one in particular, or one type in particular, the berserkers. And Tyrannin, the ones you notice are among these groups.
Alright.
If you wish to approach some of them, you may. Just so you know, I don't have any individual NPCs of these guys. These are just mooks.
So if you want to make Miser make up a bunch of character names on the spot, go ahead.
I'll probably do it later. I'll let somebody else take the screen time for now.
Syndra, after seeing everything, kind of waits for everything to disperse before trying to make her way over to Kai.
Alright. I would say this is a good opportunity now, since they're already making their moves, moving around. Despite how the screen looks, they already more or less dispersed. Zarambal, he's just having a conversation with Gur elsewhere. I'll move their tokens somewhere else so it doesn't look like they're right over your shoulders. And Kermit is doing other Kermit things. Just put him somewhere else.
He's invading people's toilets, because there's now a new tribe to invade and purify their toilet.
I will get back to that.
Or you speak primordial, right?
Yes, they all speak primordial.
Okay. So Syndra, she looks at all 4 of them. That wasn't bad, Kai. But first of all, don't ever bring up an injury. Stand tall, even if you're bleeding out. That goes for all of you. You've done well against enemies that are, as you can see, Ed is causing us a lot of grief. That your father, as she looks at Kai, the assault on the Sharptooth village by the golems and armors, as she looks at
Igmalos.
Igmalos and Orica.
Yep.
Or Yingo. As it seems that those are both tied to the Black Spire. I guess it's time, unless you don't know, to know what we're really up against. And why this is important not only for your tribes, but everyone else's. Because I'm sure that Zarmbal will explain it better when he gets settled with his powers. Ed is trying to wake the sleeping mountain, except wake is a very odd concept. When you're talking about a necromancer trying to raise an undead version of, well, the universe's greatest primal and the creator of the universe.
There's a silence as I'll just roll a d20 for all them all. I'll deal with their modifiers another day. Unsurprisingly, Ingmelos and Chimer, Chimerex seem to show that they understand what you're talking about. Unfortunately, Orica and Red Tears do not quite pick it up, especially Red Tears, as she only understood Wizard, Yengul, Black Spire altogether. That's all she understands.
Oh, she doesn't speak much Primal?
She does. It's just the understanding of, or rather, the connecting of the dots.
Alright.
The grand scheme of the mage.
Alright. Allow me to explain better. You two seem to kind of grasp it. You two seem uncertain.
Orica kind of just goes, yes, you say wizard and end of universe. That, why end everything if he too will be ended?
Because he thinks he's not going to be. In other words, he's taking on the Creator God's power, while simultaneously bringing the end of everything to recreate it in how he thinks the universe needs to be run.
Red Tears kind of snarls at this. Would not other beings, the primals and such, would know? Is that why he made the being Yengul and corrupted your father? As she looks over to Chimerex.
As someone who understands the magic he's using, to the most degree, yes, it's part of the plan to corrupt it, to infuse it with necromantic energy, and cause it to be undead, controllable. He likes control of things, whether that's capturing souls, which he uses to power the armors by burning the soul literally down to nothing. Or creating undead machinations that he can also control. So, his greatest schemes is to cause as much chaos as possible, because this is not the first time he's tried to do this. It is my understanding that the only other creator god that still exists, as she kind of moves her arm out for the first time and shows the mark of Null. This is the last chance. He has used parallel realities, other timelines, other versions of himself to come to a possible success. Okay, which one of you am I losing?
So, as you show the mark of Null, they're still following you, but rather you see a very visible shiver from both Ignalos and Orica.
Yes, I've spoken to Null. So is Tyrion. And she looks over at Binge. My understanding is this is it. This is the last chance to save everything we have. I don't know if anybody knows, because nobody seems to, but I do need to determine if the Black Spire is originally here or something that was constructed.
Chimerex is the one that speaks. I am not 100% certain, but the Black Spire was around for a few decades. Perhaps it suddenly appeared when the earth shook. To which Dingmalos and, well, Orica and Red Tears do give a nod about this.
That would seem to assume that the wizard created it, which does mean that he has... We've had dreams, I'm just going to be honest with you. And it sounds weird, but once you understand that it's all about time and different variations of ourselves experiencing things, it makes more sense. But basically, that goes into the heart of the Slinking Mountain. Quite literally.
You do see Orica kind of holding her hand out, and she literally asks you in blunt primordial, "May I touch your forehead?"
At first, Syndra's like, how fucking dare, and then after a few minutes, right, you know. Sorry, touching me is kind of a weird thing, so, but yes. Just, she kind of closes her eyes very uncomfortably.
Yeah, she just gets very close. Then Lee just puts the flat palm of her hand right over your forehead. And you do hear a slight humming, singing noise, or at least it is a mixture of singing, but from the way it sounds more of her... It seems like it's close to casting a spell, but it's not.
She's one of those Reiki masters.
Maybe. I'll roll this for her. Oh, man, she did not do well.
I rolled 20. How are you today?
We're all rolling ones today. Alright.
What's rolling?
So, because she kind of stumbled into the wrong spot, she's got to make a save now. Let's see how well she handles it. Okay, she handles it better than she went in. So, Syndra, as you do feel this somewhat energy passing from her palm to your forehead. You don't need to roll for this one because you realize that she is probably doing a spell or spell-like ability similar to detect thoughts, but it is more of a visual thing, and you can almost feel like she flinched as she keeps her palm on your forehead, but you definitely hear in primordial, "You and others went through so much. Dreams seem real, too real."
Technically, they are.
And then she backs off.
In the greater scheme of things, they are real because they existed in our reality and outside of our reality, in different timelines. My understanding is there are versions of myself that... Well, I guess I caused the problem a couple of times. But, yeah, that's not this one.
Orica then adds, strange, not cycle, but a spiral. Eventually will hit end.
So that's why I'm telling you. It's because we are at that point. This is drawing close to the end as the alignment draws. Because apparently nobody can see that has the ability, or not the ability, beyond that point, because it is an unknown.
Let me roll Chimeric something as you say that. You do not have advantage. She asks a very pointed question of, when does it all supposedly end?
Syndra I don't have prestidigitation or minor illusion. There's an alignment coming up in a few months. The celestial alignment. Planets. My belief and understanding of things is it's not just an alignment of the planets within this solar system, but standing directly, crystal sphere. It's an alignment of reality. All of the other crystal spheres, everything with this, which is somehow somewhat the center of everything. And I mean everything that exists.
One more Arcana for you, which should be the only smart one of the group. Chimerex again. You can see the snout twitch. She's probably the only one that's very receptive of this information, as the others kind of have this blank stare a little bit, and then adds into it, you referring when day becomes night at the center of the day.
Yes, an eclipse. But it's also an alignment of all the other worlds. Same thing. Align.
And using that 23 roll that she got for this particular topic, yes, it happens here once every roughly 500 years or so. I am uncertain of the truth of it, but from my late mentors and from Yabala when I visited the Sharptooth tribe before the settlement of marriages and the like, mentioned something of enhanced power for those who can manipulate something called a weave, but also more.
Yes. To explain the weave, those of you who have powers, abilities, magic, whether it's innate or not, has an influence of the weave. I myself focus my mind to influence the weave. Others can influence it just by their existence innately, such as betrayers, like Tyrion.
Inglos actually corrects that. Tyrannin is a child of the usurper.
Right. That's... You know, missing fingers, it does get to your brain and all the shit that we've been through lately, which Orica knows.
She nods.
It's... Yes, the descendants of the Usurpers have an innately amongst, you know, Yabala does. Your father does, you know, Kokin does. You clearly do. She looks at Orica and everybody else. It's like... The weave is magic, the thing that keeps the universe together. The rule set, I guess you could say.
At this point,
the thing created by Null and Ao to basically will us into existence.
Unfortunately, I'm just gonna roll this, and it's gonna be a disadvantage for them all because they don't know who Ao is, or at least the over god of gods. I was gonna roll this. Here we go. Oh, I need to roll 2 more. Yep, yeah, that makes sense. Inglos may have an idea, but it's clear he doesn't know. Chimerex looks absolutely lost. Orica looks also very much confused, and unfortunately, Red Tears. You can kind of see there's some smoke coming out of her ears as you speak of literally the all god, or at least the one known above all else. And it feels odd as you mention it. The name itself doesn't seem to carry as much gravitas or power as it normally would.
Okay, so, at the beginning of everything that we know, there was Ao. Imagine all the usurpers put together. All chromatics, all metallics, and all the gems. Like tin. All merged into one great dragon. God of everything. And then you have the other one, Null, which is death. So you have creation and death, the two things of the universe. They created everything, and apparently it wasn't interesting enough, so they decided to bring in a bunch of primals, such as Eric Haas and all of the bigger, more terrible ones. Well, Ao and Eric got into a fight. Both of them basically died during that fight because Eric killed Ao, which is one half of the, well, his corpse is one half of the slumbering mountain. Eric Haas is the other, because then once that happened, Null became the Reaver and tore the living shit out of him. And where their bodies fell into whatever is where we are right now, on their bodies.
I want to see which one of them can ask this question. Yeah, so of course it's going to be Igmalos. That's the question. As he processes this, then he kind of looks at all 4 of his fellow chieftains and Chimerex, and he looks at you. He just simply asks very calmly, very bluntly in primordial, "You say we are on top of gods? When they not
Technically above gods. They're creators and primal beings of chaos.
You just kind of see
They are
paws the ground with his foot, his clawed foot. How they not notice we work the land on them, or
because
them?
they're dead.
Huh.
We're standing on their corpses, which fell in together and got kind of mixed. Whereas when Ao died, parts of him split off and created the usurpers and descendants of the usurpers. You could say that each dragon is a representation of some part of Ao, some part that also continues to try to protect the universe in its own weird ways, mostly by viewing everything as a horde and aggression, things like that. Whereas Eric Huss, a great primal of whatever, was broken down into smaller bits. So the cycle of what you know as the primals that you know are kind of a weird mixture of them both. But so is the process of one primal consuming the other, because they're elementals of chaos. They don't take on a stable form. And potentially, dragons are actually probably primals in their own right, but more stable. I haven't really come to the conclusion on that one yet. And I'm not entirely sure what the orichalcum is, because I don't think it's adamantine, or else you wouldn't be able to mine it. I mean, nobody's seen a giant axe, right? I mean, it would be noticeable. Big.
Chimerex again, she's leaning on to Ignos as support, as she definitely has a notable broken leg. She kind of thinks about it. No, but our orichalcum mine is deep and vast. As far as Venom Hand history, we never ran out, but difficult to mine unless you have either immense strength or usage of the arcane.
Theoretically, if I'm understanding magic in its core basis in primordial beings, you're probably mining their bones, being the amount of what they do. Either that's Eric Huss's bones or Ao's bones. I'm not entirely 100% because I've never heard of an orichalcum dragon, so I would assume there would be one if there was. Because they were both made out of what we know as things. So, you know, that's where the chromatic ones come from, and metallics. Also representations of probably some facet of his psyche, being, soul. I don't really know. It gets confusing after that point, you know?
They nod.
But that's where we're at. We have a madman trying to kill everything by turning your world into a horrifying undead being, because it's probably the only thing that can stand up against the Titan of the End, which is something you really don't want to look into. Please don't. I know curiosity is a thing. I've come close enough to it to know through Null's insights that it's not good mentally to dwell on it. Just look at Oberina sometime, you know, that thing she does.
They all give a quiet nod. I mean, I think they understand. Or rather, it's Orica that gives a very dire nod. Because that's exactly what she looked into.
Yes.
He just adds yes, endless darkness, no light in it.
The end of everything. And I don't need to say this, because I know deep down in your heart you already know this. We're fighting for everything that's ours. We're fighting for our home turf, not just... This goes beyond survival. So that's... I don't know if that's something to take when we try to bring other tribes in. I don't even know if the other tribes would listen or do anything. I think half of them already work for him. I know the Minotaurs up north do, because he's turned them into something horrible. I mean, the Emerald Walkers and other things, I have no idea. I don't believe he's gone down deep enough to a certain ally or neutral parties. But that's not saying that he can't.
Igmalos replies, the insect tribes usually keep to themselves. I cannot say if they join or not to anyone's cause.
That's the thing. From what I know of my homeworld, which oddly has been proven kind of wrong sometimes, hive mind beings like them tend to be easily manipulated to do whatever. So all he's got to do is get in with the leader or whatever. And she kind of motions towards Kai, like, mess with them like your uncle or father. And probably very little else has to be done. Just go do things, you know.
There's a silent nod of agreement there from Chimerex as she also adds, yes, considering that my father's change was unnatural, and yet neither my brother or my uncle did anything to help or save him. I do suspect betrayal. Or at least this creature, mage, to do more. What was the insight for?
I'm trying to see how she's reacting to it, like, personally. Like, she had told Tyrion, like, she felt like she was not great at leading because she had screwed it up. I'm trying to see if Syndra sees that.
You definitely see that she's trying her best to hold back unbridled rage. And I'm not going to even roll for it because she's barely keeping herself contained. It's definitely far removed from normal lizard folk that are usually more logical, rational, or apathetic to certain things.
Yeah. Syndra just kind of listens, though, still.
And then she turns to look at you. You speak of Ori Calcum Dragon.
Please tell me that's not a thing. That would be terrifying.
She looks at the others. Some of the others look somewhat... you can actually see there's a look of worriment, and then let's see which one of them is going to break it to you. Ah, yeah, of course. Igmalos, my dear boy. You get bad news to everyone now. Igmalos kind of looks over to the direction of his father. Zarmbal, who's in the midst of conversation again, still with Gur and Ramon, the shaman of the Bone Breakers. He's up there. And Igmalos goes, I do not know if rumors are true, but I heard in the Double Teeth Mountains, as the outsiders usually call it, we simply know it as the Sleeping Mountain. There are 3 particular guardians, primals, that live there. There is Leona, the primal watcher, Lavnos, the primal guardian, and then there's Stiri, the primal defender, all winged. Stiri is known to be made of full metal, Unfortunately, none of them have thaumaturgy or minor illusions, sadly.
Cinder's just kind of sitting there in like this very uncomfortable kind of, oh, great.
Actually, you know
And
what?
she's kind of turned, cheer it in.
Let me see.
Yeah, what?
There's a fucking orichalcum dragon. This is interconic.
Let me see. I think Orica can do this. She does have some proficiency with performance. Can she draw on the ground well enough?
Yes.
Damn it. Okay.
That is a fucking masterpiece.
Alright, hold on. I was going to remove some things here, so you just get the image and not just the text yet. Actually, you know what? I got a better idea. Hold on. I'll just drag token, and then Shift Z it. As, Are you kidding me? That's not it.
Come on.
What the heck was
Oh
that?
my god, it's so generic.
It was so generic, I'm like, what?
It could be anyone.
She
Oh
did
my
not.
god, my imagination's gonna run wild like reading a Lovecraft book.
Oh, dear God.
Hey, that was the terror of it. He never actually like fully describes it. He just describes like some of it, and you're like fills in the mind with mind filling it.
To be fair, he actually full-on did describe Cthulhu in the one. Because
Yeah.
like how it was brought about, and that's the only one reason why we actually have a face for one.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. Why did it do that? Hold on. That shouldn't have happened.
When you're so good, you're bad.
Or... Huh. That is weird. I'll probably do a reset later, but I'll just do a quick... Okay, hold on. Let me go onto the sheet. Delete that, or rather, cut out information, because they don't know any details. They just seen it. There we go. Okay.
Oh, it's a primal. Of course it is.
Yeah,
And Orica makes it very clear. Not, she points to red tears, her color, fur, but shinier, like, then points to the passing by Venom Hand elites, like their armor.
huh.
But not as shiny, dirtied.
Well, that's interesting. Still, huh. Should've seen that one coming.
Doesn't fly down the Sleeping Mountain, stays near top.
I will lead over to Cinder. Isn't that where the giant is that we also need to go kill?
I believe that was also up the path from the two sphinxes that came down and said hi that one night.
It's more of the latter. I'll give you that. It was more of the latter. They made it clear they have a nest up there, but also going up there guarantees you die. As I'll just show the players the other two that you met so long ago. As they did say that they are one of 3 watchers.
Alright, they did, didn't they?
Yes.
I have a feeling we're going to have to make a side trip on the way back to Nzadu, whenever the fuck that actually happens.
It might be a while from now. We'd have quite the list of things to do here.
Right, we have to go see Oberina's mother, take our really broken friend back to her boyfriend, heal him man with a metal mask and all of his little bastards under him, and slaughter an entire cult.
face.
I don't know what's under it. Nobody knows what's under his mask. As far as I know, it's just a butt. You know, he could be like one of those weird doppelgangers that fucks up and puts the ass where the face is and the face where the ass is.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I one time saw a mimic try to do a chair, but it just kept doing one of those torture ones with all the spikes.
You also remember that Kurt mentioned he had a mimic wife.
Anyway, we're getting off topic, as we usually do. Anyway, the four of you,
Alright. I don't know what's going on. Sorry for cutting in. But, going with Orica's 25 performance, I'm just gonna have her draw almost the exact size she thinks that, that big dragon was. Which I'm just gonna move them all here. Make some space. Because she is drawing, and she is...
250, get the fuck out of the way.
And I will... I don't know how I managed to fix it, but there we go. Fixed. And then she just points very proudly, that big. I think.
Oh. I mean, it's still, what, an inch shorter than Broctus? I mean, we should be fine. There's three of them.
Then she adds, from far away, that big? Does that help?
Oh.
I didn't want to fight that thing.
Are you sure, Tiernan? You tend to want to fight everything.
No, bro, I have no reason to try to kill that thing.
Does it qualify as a metallic or a chromatic? I'm not sure at this point.
Tyranny, you can roll me, well, actually, both of you, since you got some knowledge on dragons, you can roll me Arcana.
Okay.
So, going and ascending, Tyrannin, you vaguely heard your... You vaguely heard your mom talking about the rarity of a orichalcum dragon. Very rarely. Unfortunately, you weren't paying too much attention onto this. While the most you got from it was that, while metallic dragons would call them metallic dragons, orichalcums do not call themselves metallic dragons. Syndra, you remember vaguely looking at some of your grandsire's books. Orichalcum dragons do not stand by anyone's side, and they love to fight.
Great, the mentality.
In a technical sense, we call them metallics, but they apparently get a little pissy when you do that.
Well, from what I've read, they don't give a shit about anyone, and they have the mentality of a blue with a problem to solve, which is anybody in front of them.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Well, that'll be pleasant.
As you say that, Syndra, how's everyone else doing on this fine start of the day?
Yes, please, I'm getting tired of talking.
Well, I was waiting to get let in. I was just
Awesome.
kept going.
Okay, so let's move to Mavis and Oberina quickly, as you guys are at the forge, the newly reconstructed forge for Egar. He pops his head out, and you all definitely hear the steam and heat from the forge. Ah, you are the new faces. How can I help you?
Well, maybe you are here first. I'll just wait for a little bit longer, considering probably have more pressing matters.
I just need new bolts for my crossbow. I have plenty of ones that blow up, and I have friends who get too close to the targets.
You can just say
Don't look,
Jared.
me, lightning doesn't hurt me.
I mean, if you want to be realistic, it's mostly just Tyrannin. 90% of the time it's Tyrannin. And now the frogman that is with us.
Oh well, it's good to still have normal bolts.
So, you looking for a stick of dynamite to shoot?
No, God, no.
No.
Okay.
I don't have a normal one to show you.
I think I actually do. Hold on, because I think I had a crossbow to start.
No, I understand you speak of crossbow. I understand you
Oh, okay.
speak of the bolts or the crossbow, but you wanted to go boom, so my only expectation is a flying stick of dynamite.
I do
No,
not
we-
want these ones to go boom. I have plenty of ones that go boom.
Okay, no problem.
And Edgar,
Wow, every time I get to some, it's like 2 at a time. That's like 1 action.
Edgar, I have another question then.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Do you still have that giant pile of orichalcum now?
Yes, I do. Most is being used by... points over to the various other tribe smiths that are there, which I didn't take time to make tokens for them individually.
No, it's fine, I understand.
They are
if you
making...
could- I'm sorry.
They are making simple weaponry or magic foci to help their casters. But I still have some.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like specifically 10 arrowheads of orichalcum. I don't need a shaft or anything to fire them from. I would just need an arrowhead. The best you could make. If you can't make 10 for me, as many as you could at least possibly would be able to give.
He holds out a stone, and it has a rune carving on it. Orichalcum, difficult for me to craft when not magic user. Need magic essence. This rock here holds some magic power, or rather it can hold magical essence.
Would you like me to provide some in order to understand what the orichalcum would be shaped into?
Yes.
So, what she's gonna do then is kind of pull out her harp and transform it into a bow, and kind of condense that magical energy into the rune.
No,
If you can.
wait. You simply need to
No,
touch
no.
it. Just need to touch it.
Oh.
No firing. Or whatever you're going to
it
do.
wasn't going to fire, sorry. I was just going to draw upon the essence, considering it would be the thing making the shafts for the arrows, but...
Oh,
touch it.
alright. Because passes you a... The rock with the rune on it, you may roll me a investigation or arcana.
Oh boy, my favorite skill. Both of which are fucking 4. I saw the 18 and I got so happy, and then it rolled into the 8 and I got really sad.
It looks similar. You're not sure where.
Interesting. Is it giving off any energy at all? I'm assuming it's inert, so it's probably not.
It's inert until you decide to touch it and give it power, if what I should say makes sense.
Yeah, I guess considering what she wants to to make basically arrows for it. So she'll kind of like, if anything, not herself touch it, but kind of tap her bow into it, just so it could. So, because since she's using the bow to make the arrow shaft, it would make more sense.
Okay. Let me just, so it glows to life, and he looks at it. Perfect. Should be able to make. Let me just pick his sheet.
I'm gonna get 2. Definitely got more than 2.
Definitely more than 2. I can make about. Yeah, this. Yes. 22 good, fine arrowheads.
Would you require any payment for this? I know we had brought the orichalcum, but it's still, as a blacksmith, I would appreciate at least paying you for some of your works.
No need. You brought. He kind of gestures to the working smiths and other people. New techniques. I profit much from learning new things, and, well, he kind of holds a stone that has a rune on it. You provide extra energy that I do not have the necessary foundation for.
So what the hell is that dynamite even made out of? Was he holding a stick, or did he just like say, "You want a stick of dynamite"?
He literally said, "You want a stick of dynamite." He's not holding it up or anything.
Okay, I thought he just pulled it out of his pocket, like, "You want this?"
No. He just that's what he understood when Maeve was asking for bolts and things that go boom.
She didn't want things that go boom.
Yes.
His brain.
No, that's why I rolled his intelligence.
He's been deafened by the forge that he heard boom and it's like, "You want boom?"
But then he turns over to you, Mavis. So you want regular bolts, ammunition?
Yes, please.
Right, I have plenty of supply here. I can sell them to you for 20 per 5 silver.
20 for 5 silver?
Yes, you are those that helped this village, so I give discount.
Can I take 40?
He goes in the back and provides you 2 full quivers full of bolts.
I'd like to point out she did a little dance right after she made the sale.
Oh.
She actually pointed at the screen, "I want this one." God, this is gonna be fucking horrible when we do this in person.
Oh, it's really great. I'm gonna try. I gotta do my best to keep my most very neutral face as possible. But then he goes, looks at both of you. Do you need anything else? You sure you don't want a stick of dynamite? You look like the type to blow things up.
Me?
You know, because I think it would be funny and also kind of fucked, can you make orichalcum dynamite? Might be really fun to fuck up magic users.
Shrapnel palm orichalcum shards.
Hold on. I need to roll this. His wisdom.
Miser gave me the idea, and now I'm gonna roll it because Oberyn understands how powerful orichalcum is.
Trying to save the planet and actually end up turning into terrorists.
Acting like we weren't eco-terrorists to begin with. Oh my god.
There's
Hold
a
on.
tink.
I want to give him bardic inspiration. Hold on. You guys,
Okay.
roll the d10.
Okay. Roll the d10 for me. This is for you.
Alright.
So, let's see this. Let's see what madness you're going to make.
Oh,
60.
well.
Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna write this down with 16 was, I'm sorry, I almost went above. Stick of orichalcum dynamite. Okay, this is gonna be, Alright, it's TNT. You see this surprising look of, well, Edgar being a very large man and all that. You definitely see the twinkle of his eyes of inspiration pop in. Maybe it's by your music, or maybe perhaps the idea of making some new weapon of possible destruction. You don't know exactly. And then he just adds, I will see what I can do. I cannot make guaranteed promise, since it seems to be more of the alchemical work of the artificers and the more brainier ones that know how to measure things properly when it comes to those little powders. But I shall ask around.
Worst comes to worst, at least we can get something with a trial phase to take to somewhere, and then we can refine it later.
Yes, I will give you price bill once we have plans set up.
No problem. Here's hoping that it... I am praying to whatever gods or goddesses you believe in that it doesn't accidentally blow up your forge.
Forge has handled worse. In fact, it has been remodeled a bit, as he gives it a hard thwack.
For some reason, part of me just wants to see like a wood piece just fall off if he does that.
Alright, I will roll his strength then for that. Wait,
God damn it.
Did I close his thing? I probably did.
You did, because you didn't delete it, because you just rolled his crafting power.
Yeah, hold on. I did close his sheet completely. Alright.
He's gonna break his own forge. It's been remodeled. Hit falls apart.
And considering how strong he actually is, yes, that might happen.
Damn giants.
He's a Goliath. What did you expect from him? I was inspired.
As someone that plays one, I completely Okay,
Okay.
thank Christ.
Okay. He gave it a light tap. He was making sure he did not do anything severe damage. Alright. Anything else you wish to ask from the blacksmith and his strange shop that looks like a large cauldron? Alright. Moving on to...
No.
Oh,
That was a lot painless than I thought. And here I thought that was something was going to explode in the last 30 seconds.
it almost did. It almost did. But yeah, so Mavis now has the 40 bolts. And, well, Obrina has now made a contract deal to not only make some...
Or Calcum arrowheads.
Yes, I wrote that down. I'm looking at it and I'm just like, why does it say Ori? Yeah, 22 Ori
Because you need a blind forest. Sorry.
Well, thankfully he doesn't have to go in there too much. And,
God, how fearing.
and also a plan for making a Orichalcum TNT. We're about to see what happens when you mix magic, science, and kaboom. By the way,
Any artificer worth their salt would do fine.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, maybe it wasn't Syndra who's going to end everything. It was just Overeena told someone to put out Orichalcum and dynamite together, and that's what tore the universe apart.
I wouldn't doubt it.
yeah, this is all happening at the same time while Syndra and Tyrion are having their conversation. But, Arizel, what are you doing?
I mean, I would say that I'm just kind of watching others having certain conversations at the moment, but I do want to try to see if I can't get a feel for, Rockados again.
Alright, I will need you to roll me a religion and then a D100.
Okay. It's not my strong suit, so let's see if this happens. Wow, that's not too bad. D100. Well, that's not it. Sorry, give me one second.
That's perfectly fine.
There we go.
Okay. So
It's not the lowest, but...
not the lowest. Oh, by the way, everyone, you have a long rest. Your HP should be back at full unless the Roll20 is doing some weird wonky things with my tokens again.
No. I think I just didn't put it to full HP. That was my bad.
No worries. I just noticed, like, wait, why is Arizel so injured? But,
you know, I just took some extra damage along the way. It's fine.
yeah, it was just some damage from having to play card games with Helena, who's...
Exactly. Which I might be doing here in a minute, too.
Yes, she's very much a card shark, but getting back to it, you do feel you do feel a strong connection this time around with Brachtios, although you do feel the distance that he is back in the northern part of the continent, or at least the massive island. And you do hear through what seems to be painful gasp and pain. You speak to me once again. How are you faring, my champion?
As well as it can be, I suppose. We, gotta say, we barely got out of the last fight, and, well, we're doing alright now. It sounds like you're not faring any better, though.
Yes. One of the betrayers managed to elicitate deep scars on me. His ability rivals that of those of the old primals, such as myself, closer to the origin. However, the fault lies on me that I had forgotten to take into account its territorial nature.
And which one?
You would know it as one of the Dragonkin. And he gives you a very image to your head. You don't need to roll for anything because he's actually being very careful not to overload you. But, did I? Yeah, here we go. I closed it. A very familiar image to everyone else pops into your head.
Okay.
Considering that I did step into the territory and I had called it the betrayer once, well, he did not take too kindly to that, and our battle ended in draw since we felt the presence of the lesser primals, especially one of them being a false one lurking about. I should heal in time. Such wounds will not leave me crippled for very long.
Well, with the one that you have given me, I guess a couple questions come to mind. I guess, does he move around a lot? And, I mean, if he sticks to his territory, at least where do we avoid until we're ready to face him?
Stiri tends to stay in the upper parts of the Sleeping Mountains form. He will not come to you unless you enter his territory, or provoke battle with the lesser two Watchers.
Would I remember the two that he's referring to?
Yes, you would actually, as he does give you the image of Leona and
Okay.
Lavnos into your mind.
Okay.
Again, it is a little, sometimes it can be a little bit dizzying, but Miraculous is trying his best to not overload you with information or images.
Yeah.
So long as those three are, well, if the lesser two are left alone, Siri will not come into the attack. If Siri is in a battle, the other two will not enter the fray. It is his pride as a defender to not be aided by others. I doubt you would have to do battle with him, but should the situation arise, be sure to contact me ahead of time, since unlike the other primals or the false ones, Siri's body is made entirely of what you would call orichalcum. And he is quite literally the threat for most of the practitioners of the weave or the arcane arts.
For sure we will reach out to you again should we run into him. We already ran into the other two when we were making our way across. But,
I will say this. Leona and Lavnos are reasonable to an extent. Siri is more action than words.
that'll be good to know. Anything more that we should know?
Do not bunch up together for his breath weapon. Even if you were to possess orichalcum armor, his breath will shred through it.
Alright. Well, I appreciate the information.
I sense you have grown stronger from your battle. Roll me a D100, Arizel.
Okay.
Oh, nice. You just hit right below the threshold.
Yes.
When I recover a bit more of my strength, I will grant you a blessing through the artifact that I have granted you.
That would be much appreciated. Do take care of yourself.
I shall, since I'm now in the depths back in my temple. But be wary. I do sense the false one lurking in the north of your location.
I will keep that in mind and inform everybody so that we are aware. Thank you for the information.
You hear a low growl, not a hostile one, but more of one that's perhaps equivalent to a dragon going to sleep.
Colby. Well, are Syndra and Tiernan still talking with the others?
Nope, they are now finished with their conversation.
Okay.
As you open your eyes and you kind of see Helena kind of looking at you in curiosity.
What?
Looking up, of course. Yeah, small, tiny doll girl. All the size of a doll.
Is there something on my face that I don't know about?
Yes, in fact, do you know when whatever you're doing, your eyes turn fully cloudy and smoky looking?
I don't recall that, but I know that it changes from time to time. I have been told that I've had lightning specks before. But cloudy? Interesting. Yes, well, I guess you get that when you're talking to a, yeah. Anyways, I suppose we should get together and talk about what I just got for information. I'm sure others also have something, but...
Right, and she kind of just lays her cards. 4 aces.
What's sake? Every
You know that's cheating. As Oberina just comes over.
You're cheating now. Oh, fantastic.
She kind of looks over to Oberina's direction. You only say that because you never challenged me in a card game.
I also know when people like to cheat to win to use magic gear. Not the first.
Oh, please. I don't do any of that illusion stuff. I write runes. Oh, another game. Another game, another time.
Either way. She's kind of walking over. Alright. Oh, I hope Mavis is able to at least carry your bolts.
She had no
Yeah,
problem
she'll
with
be
that.
fine. No, I figured I was making a joke.
Okay.
Wow, timed perfectly. So I had to put in an order of everything for Edgar. How do you say that? My brain.
Edgar.
Edgar. Okay,
Yeah.
Edgar. For Edgar, and I had ordered 22 orichalcum arrowheads. So that will be at least nice once those are done. Kind of just addressing the party.
Party seems to be silent mode.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Cinder just kind of looks at all of them. Alright, so, that being said, since some of you seem shaky in your sentiments, being a leader isn't about the mistakes you make. It's finding out how to fix them and not make them in the future. So, suck it up, buck it up, and don't let them see any weakness in your resolve.
Yeah, just like me.
Turn it
Don't
up
get turned into a kobold, unless you're already one.
And don't get eaten by a primal. That shit sucks.
Sometimes it's complication going.
I did both of those.
And quit insulting Tyranny. He's already been horribly mangled and deformed into a horrifying monster.
I'm sorry, we need to make more sophisticated jokes. I understand.
Chimex kind of looks very confused. Big Metal you all can see some smoke coming out of his head.
It's witty. It's a banter between party members.
Yeah, Orica has already kind of lost all interest and is now looking at everybody else, or rather all the other people passing on by. And
What do I feel like Oric is the kind who has a fidget spinner or something?
yes, she does. She does.
She has ADHD where she only focuses on arcane and anything else is like, bye!
Not even arcane stuff. Actually, you know what, Oberina, you can roll me a wisdom.
Oh god.
Actually, same for Syndra. 'Cause
My 1 to wisdom, let's go. Yeah, that makes sense. Not her circus, not her monkeys.
quite literally. Oh wow. Well,
Apparently neither of us care enough.
no.
She's got her own crew. At that point, she's given all the advice she can give
Yeah.
for to kill your parents.
If,
You know?
if anything, Syndra.
Well, no, we already did that because we technically killed Chimerax's dad. So,
Yeah. So, Syndra, with your 7. Actually, wait, let me see.
Karen is guy.
That's very-
Yes, we're fantastic
God.
leaders.
God bless our party of
Yes.
caring about everyone we meet.
Oh my god.
So,
There's a child, so we can give them a gun.
yeah.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so unfortunately, Obrina, she does have some really good humming tunes. Tyranid, it sounds oddly familiar. To Syndra, the best you can think of is similar to Oberina's way of doing things when it comes to magic.
Oh my god. Wait, would I not get advantage on that since I'm a bard?
You know what? The hell with it, yeah. I'll let you have advantage.
Okay, let's roll it. Let's roll a 2 now, guys. Or a 1. A 1 would just make it funnier. Well, well.
It still beat you.
Well then, you know, this
Bards
is
aren't very
great.
wise.
I almost want to roll for the sake of, well, I guess.
I'm surprised Oberyn
I'll give it to you.
offhandedly wouldn't understand what a bard is considering, but
Yeah, Ariza, I'll give it to you if you wish, the roll.
Alright.
It's just a flat wisdom.
I was gonna say you stayed with a man that shot a guy in the dick. He hummed a lot.
Except he wasn't a
What?
bard.
I was
He
talking
was a
about
No,
bard.
he wasn't a bard. He was also a rogue like me.
I thought the
A
bard was a bard.
No, it was the other one who stayed behind and had no arm. Like he's missing an arm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, he plays like a bard, but the rug threw me
Oh
off
my
for a bit.
Christ.
Yeah.
The one, the quick, he's secretly a bard. Oh my god, guy.
Hanson now.
Can I roll just to roll, not for plot, because I need to
Sure.
Yeah.
So you guys
Sure.
see.
Yes, do it.
Please. Please.
Might as well. We're all suffering here.
Is it just a wisdom?
Just
or
a wisdom.
save?
Just a wisdom.
I'm good at this.
I rolled a save because my.
It's all you guys. I'm good.
Fuck
I'm
off.
fine. I can't.
Mavis knows the whole time. All those things I studied are back on the ship. This mates.
Yeah, Mavis.
I wrote those things down.
Yeah, so Mavis, you remember, at least with the Stormsinger crew, there was a few particular members of the crew that were able to use magic through the use of musical instruments or the like, but some of them were also skilled enough to just simply use magic through their words, singing alone. And you have seen Orca perform that as well. You have suspicion that she leans more toward the bard class.
God damn it.
Well, actually, not even the suspicion. You are certain she's likely a bard. What type of bard, you do not know.
Well, now that we are a bit on that, what is exactly our plan going forward? I know that exact song, I can play it myself, but I also bad at instrument.
Well, lest any of you have any ideas, I'm either going to go talk to some druids and see if their crazy tree magic does anything, or go talk to a book, or find some drugs and go to the dream world again so I can talk to, I don't know, my great-grandfather, death, Null. I don't really care at the moment. I'm missing fingers, if you haven't noticed.
Damn, now I can't be flipped off anymore. 'Tis a shame.
Oh, weird, I still have this one.
I'm half tempted to cut it off, but...
You also notice that that very same hand that Sindra is showing, the remaining fingers are pitch black.
You sure going into the dream world while you have that is even a good thing?
Well, I mean, I could just cast a spell and hope that death shows up here because I killed that many people at once, to get some kind of, I don't know, pre-physical visitation of the emphasis of death because I, filled out my punch card or something. I don't know. Seems kind of dumb.
I don't think either option is necessarily great, considering at the moment half of us are marked with something we don't even understand what does outside of who knows all.
My speculation is that we're slowly erasing ourselves from existence.
Oh, so you are doing exactly what Ataria did, just at a slower rate.
I never said it was a great idea. But at least I did it.
That still doesn't necessarily... Never mind, I'm not even going to get into this.
Let me ask you a question, though, Marina. Would you have done the same to do what we've done?
Erase myself to, well, define the same, exactly, so I don't misunderstand.
To win.
Considering I don't necessarily have the context of winning, if you're referring to Ed or the current situation.
Well... allow me to explain. Well, you were there for Shroud. I have a very hard thing with slavery. Enslaving souls is kind of that pinnacle of slavery. When it comes down to the fake one, well, same thing, he was undead, another slave's soul. And when it comes to the ley line energy, if I were a necromancer, I'd be trying to infuse necrotic energy into the ley lines like that. Corrupt them, makes it easier. It's a lot easier to turn someone into an undead if you've made them half rotting already.
Well, let's look at it this way. Considering I did something stupid in order to try to erase Shroud from existence, but only managed to tear a small hole in the astral plane, I think that should answer your question very well.
But therein is the difference. You, from what I could tell, created just an extra little hole for the entropy that you sought to cast it into, to seep into this world. Probably not much unlike what is occurring to us now. That was an active choice. What I'm trying to do is not do that, because I think that's what's going to end up screwing us all over. Because that's what I believe Ed's trying to do. Or, you know, that filthy fucking cult, the Dissentras. And their horrifying... If you are a space vampire, does that make you cousins with those flying face tentacle things? You're both abominations.
Almost the same way it makes you cousins with the drow you spit, or the drow you... words. And the undercommon people that you dissociate with.
Which is weird, because most people would say that I'm so far from being a drow, that's disgusting.
Why the hell are you two so mean to each other?
Bitterness and not...
She wouldn't fuck my bard. And I had to hear about it for 3 months.
Oh dear.
You were there too.
I know, but I refuse. I just let him talk, to be quite honest, and then it was like, yeah, I get it, I guess.
I almost left him, you know, when we made it to Waterdeep on that trip. I really almost didn't call him back for that.
What a damn shame.
Poor Zavon.
Boy.
Says he's not a bard, then immediately says bard.
I know.
He sang, that was the problem.
Yeah,
See?
see, that's what I said.
He was
Threw
such
me off.
he was
Oh,
Zavon was such a charismatic rogue that everybody was a bard, and he only did a little
Yeah.
trick with his
See,
robe.
he was so perfect that he saw people's hearts and hurts and whatever.
You're still salty about something that happened, what? Like, 5 years ago, if that?
You know, honestly, I'm just... To be honest, that's not really it, you know?
Oh, I figured as much. There is...
It's that I'm not entirely sure you're not going to kill us all.
Don't we all have that opportunity to kill us all?
I was going to say, considering...
Again, I can see you're killing us coming like a mile away, so at least I can try to get out of the blast radius. Ari, I don't know, and I trust her not to get me killed. That's what's survived for the last... How long have we been together? 20 years?
yeah.
So you're afraid of
Maybe I don't even know if she knows how to blow anything up.
Have you not seen me use my bow?
You know?
Okay,
His eyes
I said no, chicken. No, like... I don't think she's going to do something dumb, like, you know, draw a penis in there or something.
Oh dear.
Looks at the mark on Tyranids' head.
So you're afraid of, which is ironic, the unknown, and something that I don't even have control over.
Actually, I'm more bothered by the fact that you have a part of the goal inside of you. That's actually more of a concern, is that, you know, somewhere deep inside, Ingol's waiting and using you as some kind of sleeper agent to take advantage of the situation.
As far as I'm aware, all my actions have been my own, and even his rot and decay haven't surfaced ever since Yamala did what she did. So if anything, it's putting a mark on that for now, or cap on that for now. Though I would like to get rid of him as soon as possible.
Well, the other point is you're new to us, really. You've done well. So maybe I'm just having problems with you being here after we lost Anaria. Because I hate to say it, you do feel a very big role towards that for some reason. And I don't know, I think it's the attitude. Is it the attitude, Tyrion?
You are pretty similar, which irritates you usually. Both of you think you're queen of the world.
To be fair, I'm queen of space, so...
I honestly don't think I'm queen of anything. Except for baby murder. Nope, I take that back.
Weren't
I
you
know
literally
baby murder.
defined as a pirate queen on some of your wanted posters?
Am I really?
Ari's
Okay,
Digging through his pile.
yeah, wouldn't Overrina at least have one? 'Cause
Tyrion,
she probably had some mods
Look
like
through all the notes that I got.
Okay, so Tyrion, roll me a D100. Arizel, Syndra, and Oberina can... Actually, even Mavis can roll me history.
Alright.
Okay.
Make it cheat up on the
I'll give the result once I see the rolls.
Oh, Jesus.
God,
Maybe,
God bless you.
vaguely.
And of course Overina would remember this because how old she is.
You too, Syndra. History, yeah.
Watch her roll like a nat 20.
I feel like knowing Syndra in my case, like she wouldn't really care about the wanted poster things. Like that's not part of her ego.
I figured it wasn't, but like, it's just like,
So
it was just some extra flavor.
Yeah, it's a 50-50. Tyrion got the lower roll to 50, so it's a yes. Tyrion, you do find a wanted poster of Syndra. And it does say, it actually says the Winter Witch Pirate Queen. And
There it is.
going in a ascending order, Arizel, even though you and the others have been neck deep in a lot of troubles, you vaguely hear some of the enemies calling Syndra of some sort of title. But when on a port, people mostly either greet in a nice way or hostility, or somewhere in between, the nuances. Mavis, you had heard from your former captain, well, your captain who's currently in the south part of this massive land mass, gives some regard and respect to Syndra, at least the fact that they both like to hunt slavers and the like. Oberina, you definitely recall seeing a poster, which is why this conversation had started. And Syndra, you do remember some of your enemies, especially some of the red foxes calling you this, which, again, you probably disregard what the red fox would say, since, well, most of the time it follows with screams of agony and pain. From them.
You can't trust coerced flattery.
Either way, where are we going now? What I wanted to ask then, of everything. You had mentioned before, I believe, there was another Batteria, so to speak.
My understanding was... She kind of looks at Ari and Tyrion, and I think before her existence ceased, she said something about being half of a key or something to a gateway. She was obsessed with the Golden King, that's right. Because that's what her star cult was with. Trying to open some gateway to something outside of the crystal spheres.
It's weird that I've never even heard of any gateway or door, so it's just me odd coincidence.
Well, they supposedly exist, especially for that kind of thing. Some kind of representation of things.
Well, this begs the weird question. How come this woman, oh my god,
Keep going.
this woman wasn't able to pop open the doorway? Was the other Atheria's existence just ripping a hole in her existence, just making it unable to open? Like an extra lock?
I'm guessing something about stealing a body and mind, and, control and... Wait, didn't it... Actually, I need to do this meta-wise, before I say anything. Was it ever explained that Godaria was taken out of that area by Ed?
Yes.
No. I don't think it was, because she never
I
said...
saw it.
She said a piece was... No, because it was in temporal time. No one would have seen it. If I remember correctly. I think... I gotta remember exactly what she said to that effect.
So I thought she said that Ed stole it from her. And I remember, like, rolling to see if she was lying about that.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
she did. Never mind. Because she said she gave up a piece to Ed, and then the party got really pissed at her for that. But that was all that she said. She never said what it was. She just said she gave a piece to Ed.
The way I remembered vaguely, I know it's been a long time, but I do have my notes here too. You, Oberina, or Adaria said that she felt violated because Ed literally shoved his hand into her body.
And took something out. And
Yes.
She never specifically said what. Oh, wait, no, I remember this now. She said she was actually, it was less violated and more kind of overjoyed that she thought the other part of her had been taken out, which the party was super pissed because she didn't know what was removed. But she felt lighter because of it.
Yes.
Now I remember that. So, yes, she did tell the party, but she didn't say exactly what and the deal that she made with Ed, just that he stole it from her.
Mm-hmm.
But she was happy about it afterwards. So.
Okay. So, yes, I'm not sure, but Ed did get a piece of her before she stopped existing. Which I think in one way is weird, because I think she's still existing because of that. Or she was a separate being that existed inside that being. I'm not entirely sure on how this works.
Could be a temporal anomaly. Plus, as we were told by Yamala a bit ago, Ataria still exists, just somewhere in the astral sea. Hence why I was looking for, at some point, what is it? What is she saying? An astral spindle or something in order to navigate around it and hopefully find the abyss. And maybe put an end to whatever is left of her. That was, if you had asked, when you had asked before what I was looking to do in the end, that is my answer. Though I don't even want to begin on where to make an astral spindle.
Yes, as I've come to know, most people, if they know what you're actually talking about, already assume that you would actually know how to do that.
Well, we do have one advantage at the very least. We have the Queen of the Astral Plane and of the Night currently working in Rakshashana. So if anything, she may, by luck, have one. And hopefully she's willing to lend her daughter it.
I hope so.
Well, you're referring to Afia, right?
No. The fucking lady in Rakshashana of the vampire queen that Mavis was with.
Oh, yes. Well,
It's like above table, she's saying, because she was told to go there for her mom. And she's assuming that her mom and the person that Mavis was referring to is the same person, because she didn't see her in the flashback.
yes. Okay. There we go. I was just looking for my previous notes, too.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Okay, yes. And that's also where, Ed basically dropped, Tyrion, Oberina, and Rasputin down a very deep well. Floor trap.
Yes, the fun. When you want to convert Ed over to religion, he's like, nah, I'm good.
I mean, well, Arizel's, mortal enemy, arch nemesis, got, learned the hard way.
That was funny. That was just funny.
You learn the hard way of like, yeah, look, I don't feel like talking with you anymore. You already got your usefulness. Anyway, speaking
No,
of which,
he tried to say a word, he gets lightning bolt, and then he's like, Ed's like, no, you're not done yet, and then he fucking disintegrating him.
yes.
Are you talking about Orcus?
No.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, yes, Eric, yep. Give a little tickle of lightning, and, yeah, you know.
Either way. So what is our next plan? Personally, I would like to go to Rakshashana to reunite, perhaps get something there, but there are other options, such as these swamps, taking out Null. Either way.
Rakshashana is our best chance.
Alright, I guess I will have to prepare my game face to meet my mother again.
As an update from Verocados, I also heard that Yengo is just a little bit north of us. Not sure by how much. Not sure the exact location, but at least he's a little north of us. So.
Let me read this.
So, question: do we want to go kill Yako? Just get that problem out of the way.
Probably before the best, at least get another day in the primal off the map of the earth.
By the way, I was going to cut in for a brief moment. So, Obrina, you do remember that Yabla said that the blessing she gave you, or at least the protection, is not going to last forever.
Oh, I'm aware. She said, what, 3 weeks?
Yes.
And it's been about...
It's been 6 days now. Yeah.
6 days? Okay.
So, 20 days left. Actually, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I said the time. I said the days wrong. I'm like, wait, hold on. I just gave up.
I was gonna say 20 days. Gee, that's a really slow 3 weeks.
Yeah.
A week.
Whoops. Yeah, that was player. That was person.
It'd
Who
be 15
fit,
days.
yes.
It'd be 15 days, Miser. I got
Yes,
you.
it's 15 days.
Well, be more beneficial considering Yabba's goddamn Y names. Blessing would last for another 15 days, meaning that I don't reek like a fucking coyote on drugs. And my body hopefully won't start falling apart, at least as far as I know, shouldn't. But probably be for the best to kill the giant wolf. That being said, let's just hope that if we're going to be fighting in, we're not going to see more of all of their champions, because I'm pretty sure the one wants my head, since I ripped part of her power from her.
You're not wrong on that.
No, it does make me much, what do they say, alluring bait, if they were to hunt me down, considering I do still have part of a champion inside me, though twisted. No, I'm not going to be that stupid to start running in the middle of the battlefield. At least not yet. Did Edgar say how long it would take to make that stuff, by the way, Miser?
Oh, whoops. That was my fault there. Hold on. I'll roll another d4 for him.
Oh.
He should be done within the day.
Alright. If we can set out at least tomorrow for Yemgul, most of the things I had ordered with the Orichalcum arrowhead should be done, and it should at least give us some equipment to fight another primal. Here's hoping we can get another God's blessing to at least help limit some of their power, but I think we can handle most of it.
Anyway, with the D100 and the D4 that I rolled, Tyranid, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because
Yeah,
Megan win.
I would say the thing. Hey,
Damn.
Okay. I will say this, you feel a very familiar, if not very sinister, familiar presence. It reminds you of a very faceless individual creeping up behind you. Or rather, You know she's not physically there. So, did you all miss me?
Yeah.
The only one who hears it is Tyrannin, though.
Question.
Yes.
Where is it? Because she is within range.
In this case, you do not sense an outward appearance or another energy or entity around you, but you do sense a slight change in Tyrannin's physical makeup.
Tyrannin, are you okay?
Oh,
Do you
I
want
will
to-
just, no, never mind.
I know what you want to do. Don't.
Yeah, so I said no, never mind.
Oh, what's
Maybe
this?
alert.
Am I being ignored? You guys were talking about me earlier.
I wasn't saying anything.
I know. But I'm listening in.
Is Tyrannin talking out loud or to himself?
Probably out loud.
Tyrannin, are you high on the drugs we took while we were sleeping, or take too many blows to the head?
No, our friend is here listening in. Did you forget she could do that?
I've never met her before. That's why I asked.
Do I know which friend, Tyrannin?
I'll leave that to Tyrannin to answer.
Is he using the vernacular friend? The friend that we barely know?
I forgot her name.
Gonorrhea?
Gonorrhea?
Or, yeah, gonorrhea.
I just love you calling that.
I hate that I made it. I'm like, I've accepted this now.
Yikes.
It just makes me laugh so hard.
Well, it makes even more... Well, no, wait, I take that back. This one isn't gonorrhea. The one that left us is gonorrhea.
No, that you can't ever get rid of that booble. It never goes away.
See, that's the problem.
But yeah, this individual.
I kind of believed he would have ceased to exist when Adaria did. Or at least I hoped it happened.
No. All it did was ensure that my existence prevailed. Her stupidity was astounding. She had a chance to change everything. And Tyrannin, you do feel like for some absurd, if not horrid reason, this thing is wrapping arms around your shoulders, almost like using it as a plaything. And then you can actually see the arms just pointing in the direction of Oberina, then to Mavis, then to Syndra, then to Arizel, then to yourself. But still keeping most of its form out of view. You just see the arms right now because it's kind of one of those annoying hugs from behind. You definitely sense the sensation there, but your instincts are telling you that there is nothing there. They're all talking about that weaker half of me, the one that tried to swim against the stream.
She was willing to do that. Apparently she didn't like her ideals.
Which is why...
Now, why are you contacting me? Is it just to gloat, or what have you even been doing lately?
I just felt like wanting to see my old friends again.
I've never seen you in the flesh before. I've seen your lackeys, but never you.
Oh, but don't you understand? I'm also Adaria. I share a lot of her memories and experiences. And we had, in a way, spoken to each other a few times in the past. Ah, I forgot, you tend to, well, you flesh mortal bodies have...
Doing this.
Let me get a good read of this.
Let's just takes an action. I can't even yell out a bad idea.
Great. Oberina, roll me an intelligence saving throw while you're doing this now.
She's very confused.
See Tyrion go, wait, no!
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, that figures.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll the now. Actually, no, let me just go through a sheet. What's her damage modifier? Oh, I haven't leveled her up in a while.
That's what you get for using Oberina stat, or Adaria stat.
That's fine. Okay, so it's gonna be, I just don't want to do all the changes, so I'm just gonna do this. 10. You take 10 points of psychic damage as you feel like something literally just jabs you. Well, you see it. You do see it. It looks like a larger or taller feminine figure standing behind Tyrion, but as you take a look, you feel something literally poke you right in the eyes, and you do hear the words, "No peeking." And your true seeing gets shut down, but you do see or saw something.
Well, at least I know that at least Adaria was probably rich.
And again,
The other one.
the faceless Adaria, the altered Adaria of perhaps the star of the cult, cult of the stars. Again, just using Tyrion as a, I guess one could say, a standing friendship hugging thing, which is very creepy. Because again, Tyrion, you feel the sensation. No, there's only Tyrion who's really suffering from the inside. As she just adds, right, I just wanted to say that this may or may not be the last time we will talk in a long while. I just felt like I should say hello to everyone, but that one likes to peek too much. You clearly see her pointing at Oberina.
She always had fun.
Where are you going?
Oh, I made a nice deal, and I got a new body.
I didn't ask my question at all.
Just felt like sharing. I was thinking you guys were going to congratulate me.
Dude, what is she saying?
Oh, she made a deal and got a new body. I'm sure it's less clunkier than your old one, right?
Is she gonna get a face?
No, she doesn't have that. As Oberina's rubbing her eyes.
You guys see a little bit of blood there because she literally got poked.
Fucking hate these. I swear to God, or whatever is left of a god on this planet, everything is a piece of shit. She's just wiping the blood out of her eye.
There's only one true God, and he will descend upon you all.
She's saying anything important, Tyrion?
Yeah, he's talking about God shit again.
Oh. Well, that's funny.
How there's only one, even though we have several different pantheons.
True.
False
Also,
idols
does she
and...
have
There's Tyrion, you feel the hands go on your shoulders, and they kind of grip kind of a aggressive tiger or at least a beast, predatory manner. And you definitely feel the faceless one looking or probably staring holes at Oberina that had eyes. That one I'm looking forward to seeing later.
But you don't have eyes.
And no mouth to scream once you are all in Rakashan.
Oh, so you're right. We will be seeing you soon.
Depends. I mean, she looks like she's about ready to fall apart a bit. As she points to Syndra.
He's looked worse.
Oh, but that's just it. You also have it. And her, she points to Arizel. And her, she points to Oberina. And that big, oversized gecko that's all the way over there, she points to Zarnball, who's in the middle talking to some of the other people now. Honestly, I don't think I really need to put any effort. You all can just allow the entropy to consume you all into the Oblivion.
Oh, why don't you just go take a holiday? We'll deal with it ourselves.
So tempting. But you see, I did came back from a vacation.
What, stuck in that tiny little rock?
No, I was stuck in that flesh bag that, thought she could swim against the current. It was so...
Miser, I'm gonna ask you something. So
Yeah.
yes or no then.
Sure.
So, technically I do have a name,
Yes.
and it's psychic damage. And even though I can't see a form, could I yes or no? Oh wait, hold on, that's the wrong spell.
I was about to say, you're blasting just about everyone there.
No, I meant that spell.
Getting my brain up.
I would say a maybe.
Because it does say specifically, even if you can't see it.
The power of units provide monitors.
Because it does specifically say, as long as you know the name,
Monitor.
and it becomes the spell's target, even if
They
you
stay
can't
up
see
on
it.
the desk usually, but sometimes I kick them off.
So I'll let you, I just figured I'd ask.
I would say I'll give you the choice of Arcana or Insight. No, yeah. Insight, and I'll give the third one of Perception.
Alright. Well, something I'm good at finally.
Okay. So all of you do see the spell, and roll me a D100.
Wait, what the f... Looks like he's gassing right at me.
Yeah.
Here and then duck.
Where?
Damn it.
Okay. Let me just crank this up a little bit.
Also, just so you know, Miser, I'm gonna switch my bow, or before I do that, because it is bonus action, I'm gonna switch this over, so she will have disadvantage on
Sure.
her intelligence saving throw.
That is just fine.
You hear, if anyone's close enough, you hear the name Atharia just mumbled, muttered under her breath. Man, I would need subtle spell for this. Wow! Holy shit.
That is divine intervention if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, what's a disadvantage?
I know. Alright, let me roll the damage, because she's gonna take probably a quarter of this, because I imagine it's psychic, so... Oh, hold on. I think I have the spell here. Do I not have the spell? Hold on. There's neck, static wave, different dagger. Oh, there it is. Damn, my DC was 18 too.
Okay. So not only did she make the save, but because of her particular nature, she's taking another half of it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Taking like 4 or 5 damage.
Yeah, Tyrion, you also felt the energy. It bypasses you, and you feel like it does hit something right above you. It goes, yeah, she's so rude. I'm going to enjoy breaking her when she comes to Rashakan. Oh, could you be a deer for me, Tyrion? Retta, whichever name you want to go with anymore.
What?
Could you tell her that, I'm quite pissed off of how her species, whatever she really is, are eating a lot of my members, and I hope they suffer severe stomach pains later.
Can you write that down? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, that's fine, dear. You can always fumble something else up. Oh, and also tell down as she points to Mavis. I want that book.
So does everybody else.
Get in line!
You feel her presence is gone.
Bitch.
Did I hit anything, at least?
Yeah, you hit her, and also she's really upset that your kin keep eating her followers. So
Fuck that.
keep doing that. And Mavis, guess what she wants?
My book.
Oh, right on the money.
I'm glad this wasn't the case, because I was thinking, Azria wanted a relationship, and it was going to be weird because, like...
I mean, she seems to want... No, never mind. She poked my fucking eyes, and it still hurts like a bitch. Either way, at least tomorrow we could deal with Yendol, and eventually Rashakan. Hopefully nothing bad happens there.
Yeah, you all probably more suited to handling her followers than I am. They seem to be, well, not very attached to their heads.
Did she say how?
Oh, yes,
my kind...
she's in Rashakan.
No, I got that. Did she say how my kind were defeating her kind?
No, eating. Eating. Like, he just, puts, 2 fingers in front of his canines.
Wait, does that mean most of my kind, as far as I was aware, only ate negative
Okay, well, what about the full versions of your kind?
This is where it's going to get into the weirdness, because I don't know about space vampires.
You don't.
Yeah.
We know there are vampires in Rashakan.
Well, that's a start, I guess.
Not just space vampires, but actual vampires.
We also know you're an
They're
alien.
probably eating the cultists. It seems like a bad idea.
Wait. Are you telling me that one horrifying space abomination is being fed upon by a much more potentially attractive but also horrifying space abomination?
That just sounds like a normal
No,
food
I'm
cycle
talking
to
about
me.
regular abominations. Just undead, just vampires.
No, I'm assuming at
No,
least
she's a space vampire.
we're going
Well,
to...
she
we're going...
is, yes.
Well, she's a half space vampire. Her mother...
Yeah, I'm on my mother's side. On my father's side,
Yes,
I am
she's
the
half
queen of
vampire,
fairies.
half space
Wait,
vampire, half
Wait.
fey god.
Maybe we're thinking this. It's the wrong side of the family. Maybe it's your Fey side have gone all weird cannibalistic on...
Yes, satyrs are now eating people.
That makes sense.
I can't believe the king Oberon himself has brought the wild hunt to the plane of the living.
By the way, Mavis, can you roll me a history
Actually,
check?
almost seems helpful right now. Me? History?
No, Mavis.
No, Mavis.
Oh, Mavis history.
I love how Wolverine is just literally like the product of two really odd things.
Uh-huh. Well, I will get to that in a second. Mavis, you do recall the lady at the Crimson Manor said that they've been having a large food supply of criminals and cultists, but she's also very vexed about how the other courts and other people are not really handling the situation.
Say it again?
You vaguely remember the nice lady that helped send you back from your strange trip in the astral bridge and disappearing mom, adopted mom, said that her group had a nice supply of criminals and cultists to eat on, so because a lot of the vampires were looking at you very hungrily.
Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay, I actually think that is the reason I was spared when, assuming your mother found me.
Okay. So space vampires eat regular people. Going to chalk that up as hopefully what I understand. Unless she's a space vampire leaving regular vampires, then it gets really weird. I don't fucking know anymore. About a month or two ago, I thought I was just going to come here and enjoy a reprieve, a little bit of vacation, and could help some people in this town. And now I'm dealing with fucking space vampires. My father being the literal king of the Fae.
He's king of the wild hunt.
Technically both. I guess in your universe, yes. So, sorry.
Well, in this particular case, they're more of the real chaotic neutral, as in they like to just simply go out hunting, partying, and then, of course,
Yeah, I got you.
well,
Revelries, as they say.
revelry without the limiter on it.
Jesus. He's literally just running a fraternity of Fae. What a fucking shed.
Well, I mean, your time with them, he seems to be placated. But now that you're not there, well, who knows what hijinks he's up to.
He can take care of himself. He's done it for long enough. And pissed off two courts.
And possibly your mother.
I'm surprised Pete and the Fae just don't want him dead at this point. Either way. Alright, so I am going to take a nap while Cinder goes into probably a drug-induced state that could go either way. Because I don't want to deal with more space bullshit right now. At least for another day until we start dealing with the end goal.
You see, that's the other thing about you that kind of pisses me off is you come up with crazy ideas sometimes, but you never go along with ours.
You know? And you say that, she starts walking the other way?
Yeah, so
Look, Sindra, my ideas are usually stab it until it's dead, so...
which, in many cases, has been crazy, Tyranid.
And extremely useful.
It has been effective.
If it makes you feel any better, I do understand the craziness, but when it starts getting outside of the reach of where it could do harm to myself on something we don't understand, then usually I want to scale it back a little bit, and the shit starts getting out of hand very quickly.
This shit's always out of hand. We're standing on two dead gods.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I just held an entire class to be able to tell them that.
You know what? Fuck it. If we're going to die, or I'm going to die, at least in a dream, worst comes to worst, I can see some traumatic experiences and probably get to the root of all evils of this problem. So, you know what? For once, fuck it. Let's go fucking dream adventure again.
Wait, what is that? I don't want to do that.
I was about to say, hold on.
Well, Cinder mentioned it, so...
Oh no, she was talking about her like going solo. She wasn't thinking anybody else.
Oh, then she bitches at Oberina for not wanting to do it?
Well, the drug trip part. I'm not saying she's not, being hypocritical about the situation.
I was gonna say.
That she had planned to take everybody with her, but it's, it doesn't mean Cinder's not gonna be a pain in the arse about it.
Like, this party functions so well together. I love it. Either way. Didn't you even want to do that solo anyway? If we're going to start looking for discrepancies and things.
No, I hadn't quite mentioned it, but I don't know, dragging the two of you along as meet Null just seems, talk to death or Null seems kind of problematic. I've got this tenuous relationship with them already.
I was going to say, literally I'm going to assume Null's enemy to meet Null probably will end with me as a corpse. Or trapped in...
It's possible.
Or me trapped in infinity forever, and then maybe someone upstairs will have to be upset that I might not exist any longer. And you ask why I don't want to go along with some of the craziness? That's kind of why. Because most of your more crazier ideas will actually get me in a lot more trouble, considering what I'm carrying.
Alright, so let me just grab tokens to send you all, whoever's going to the dream world.
I'm not, because...
Well, I mean, first I'm gonna ask the druids if they can fix it.
They look at your hand. And I'm just gonna roll for all of them in a 1, 2, oh, actually, hold on, I'm sorry. She is not able to do anything because she is apprentice. Only these 4 can do it. Okay, possibly. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Nope.
I seen some shit, but that ain't.
Yeah, it's only the last one here. This one. Literally just says.
Yeah, you've seen some shit.
Let me get her NPC name because I had it here. Just then I was gonna pull her out. Conclave. She is. Here we go. Oh, this is the NPC you never met.
We've never actually formally met most of the druids.
True. This is Zinnia Riverflow. She literally looks at your hand, Syndra, and then she looks at the marks that you put on it, and she points out your existence. You teeter on the point of becoming a blight of the land. Your existence seems to have been poisoned by a vast amount of entropy. I do not believe I am, or any druid within this outpost are able to help you. I am sorry.
Alright, so should we do this the crazy way? Or should I just try drugs too? Then I feel like last time you freaked out a little.
I mean, I don't like the drugs and the dream worlds.
Oh, I meant, do you remember the time I stabbed myself in the throat?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have a drug that can put me into, like, sort of a death-like state? You know, like, teetering on the edge of death without really, you know, really pushing me that level?
So, as the other druids are kind of looking very stupefied of how are you existing with that weird markings on your body and the effects you have, Zinnia points to the direction of the other druid circle. The land druids might have something for you, but I don't like their guard.
He's such a conversationalist.
He keeps talking about his sword.
I have been around a lot of men in my time, so
He's
I've come to
overcompensating.
assume that 90% of things that men say is about their swords.
Yes. But I'm sure Irene or Waylon can help you with the particular procurement, or maybe Syrah. Which I'll...
Okay.
He's referring to this one as I will show players. And they're in the around the circle of stones. These two out of the way as Red Tears is still poking at the dead robotic rat. And here's the other final question as Syrah notices you, lets you in. Fernbull, again, acting as arrogant as he usually is, but does his duty well as being a guard. Many of the others also just simply accolading the task to others, and also some heading out. Syrah looks at you, Syndra, then looks at, do you have your hand present?
Yeah, she'll bring it out. I was told this was about to become a blight on the land. Just see if you guys had anything on it. Or drugs that would put me in the near-death state, because I need to go talk to death.
I think I have something for that, or at least to get you to the dream state, like before, but she kind of pulls out a small bucket, and inside of it, you don't need to roll for anything because it's shiny as heck, a multicolored set of leaves. As for what has happened to you, I'm just going to roll this for her. Where is her sheet? Give me your sheet. I guess I can just roll your Arcana. Make sure I properly write her name because it doesn't look right. That does look bad. I don't know the extent of it. As for the drug...
She acrobated that? That's awesome.
Huh?
She did that with acrobats? Damn. Those might are acrobatics.
Oh, acrobat. Oh my god.
Backflips is like...
Yeah, like, fuck, I know what this is. Just flip.
Whoops. I hit the wrong one. That was better. I was like, wait, something feels wrong. Well, you'll see why she has high
She
dexterity.
does a backflip first, and then is able to tell us.
No. See, with the high acrobatics, make sure that none of the leaves in the bucket go out when she twirls and shows them off.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I was gonna say she's one of those like super eccentric ones where she does like a backflip like a cat and lands and is like,
Who's ready for some drugs?
Wait to see her pitch line for this. Anyway,
Oh, dear God.
she looks at it like, yes, I do not think there's any druid here in, at least here, outpost that could heal that. It does look like a mark of entropy. To what degree, I do not know.
So you know what they are.
I think so, but I'm no expert in it. It is definitely something of the dead or the damned. Last time I think I would have seen something like this would be with the... it would have to be the Infernalists, or those that make dealings with the Abyss.
Oh, darn.
Anyway, would you prefer to use these drugs then to go into your death-like state? This can be much more helpful.
yes, yes.
Alright, well, the rest of you, and she kind of starts pushing out some of her own fellow druids out. I know you don't like this stuff, and you don't have any resistances to it. Enter, or stay within here, as she prepares a lantern, or rather, a large
Good luck.
incense.
If I don't come back, I hated most of you.
That's completely understandable. At least the feeling was mutual.
Alright,
What the fuck?
she kind of pauses, looks at everybody else. Does anyone else wish to join her?
Yeah.
You know what?
Walking up. I'm not going to let you die alone.
I'm not dying out loud. She's here.
Helena's gonna hop off. I don't want to go into a drug trip right now.
You know, considering my deathless nature, I'm curious what the end looks like. Not the end. So fuck it. Let's go on the...
not go there. Where the hell are we even doing this for again?
I tell you, it's mostly off on. It's just a white room. Does that settle anything for anyone?
Yeah, I've been there.
I know you have. We drug your ass back from there.
The white room? What the fuck are you doing in the white room?
Being dead.
Huh. You know what, fuck it, that sounds like fun. I haven't seen death, and considering I'm almost near immortal, might as well say hello.
Maybe sorry if these two kill me. I don't know.
Kill
I
them
will
first.
say.
Wait, before we do this, I have one last thing to do.
What?
She pulls out the book with a face on it. I mean, you can't just eat this and make it go away, right?
You see Nicholas finally waking up. And I'm gonna get his sheet to roll for him now.
And before he could have just eaten it the whole time, and going on this extraneous thing for nothing.
Well, it happens. Eric,
I mean, I might still go on the trip anyway. We haven't talked to death in like 2 days.
I haven't killed myself lately.
It's a rune.
God damn it, Nicholas.
Oh, that is the mark of Oblivion. Congratulations. That's probably one of the few things I will not be eating. Not unless I want to erase myself from existence.
Do you have any way on how to get rid of?
Well, kind of blinks, looks at all of you, then looks at Syndra's. You're still within the threshold that a wish spell can remove it from you, and then any subsequent spells could take effect necessary to mend those lost fingers. But allow me to elaborate. If you go too deep into entropy or the Oblivion, Not even the divine interventions, well, actually, perhaps only divine interventions of particular gods can save you.
Alright. So what is this?
Okay, got it. Fuck the regular gods, go into the Highlands.
Yes, well, not even my previous mistress would have dealt with the marks of Oblivion.
I guess we're super lucky then.
Wait, before I do that, do you think it's wise to remove this one? She shows the mark of true souls.
Yes.
I have a feeling this is going to have disconnect.
No. And there's this very mischievous smile he's putting up for a book.
I can't add more than it already did. Alright.
The mouth opens, and you can see there's actually space in there that should not be there for a book.
What do I need to roll, Visor?
Just roll me a con save. Okay. It feels very unpleasant as, well, let me just get his sheet. I just gotta roll the damage.
Probably should have done that after the drug-induced death trip. Oh, that's not that much. Never mind.
You only take 9,
Psychic.
No, you take 9 cold damage as the mouth clamps down. You don't feel the teeth, but you feel something very cold on the palm of your hand, and you can roll me a wisdom if you want. The best you can think of is probably his tongue.
Yeah.
Okay, that is incredibly uncomfortable. Okay. I said,
He's not letting go of your hand just yet.
I imagine she's like, no, down.
after like a few moments, okay, this is beginning to get,
He opens his mouth.
awkward.
Yeah.
Just make sure you pay him afterwards. That's usually what you're supposed to do.
The mouth opens and your hand is visibly wet with what looks to be like saliva. But
Oh, you definitely need to pay him extra for that.
but the
I'm starting to feel like he's paid
the mark of the true rune of souls is no longer on your hand or cut into your hand. It's nice and clean. Except there's also the fact that you still have 3 black fingers and missing 2 fingers.
I'm yelling.
Yes. That was... Oh, wait, that was a true ruin, wasn't it? I had completely forgotten that I had to do this.
And he's gone.
He goes back, you kind of see his eyes close. Huh. I was so intent on eating the ruin, I forgot that. He's going
Fucking hell, man.
You just see him close his eyes, and the face kind of visibly melts back into the book.
Wait, before you leave, do you take debit or credit?
Okay.
No, he just... Did you ever eat, a whale and just hibernate?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to ask who eats the whales, and I keep forgetting Tyrion was something else in the past life.
It's
Oh, it's still the
this
same
life,
life.
actually.
Well,
I mean, technically I died, so...
yeah, I was going to say in the past life, considering... Technically I'm not wrong, but also technically I'm not right. Considering how many loops you've been through.
Right. So, Siri, prepares a syrup. Literally, how many you calling her syrup? Goddammit. Syrup places this incense, which, upon looking at it, Obrina, you can roll me a history advantage.
Oh shit. This is what Pa used to make back in the ye old days. I hate that it's probably correct too, which is the worst part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very accurate. In fact, this is something
Do I
kind
know
of...
Sorry, go ahead.
It is a, you don't exactly remember the name of it, because your father never told you what it is, but he did use this to light up in an entire inn or tavern or two, which got everybody very high, and it did various effects to them.
Oh dear God, we're being drugged with THC. Sorry.
Right. And she actually runs very quickly out. May you all enjoy your induced sleep. I will be sure to wake you up within a few hours.
Oh. Well, at least I get my nap, at least.
Yeah, so if you wish to try to
I don't even
resist...
feel tired.
God, now I remember why Dad told me to stay out of the inn.
Alright, Syndra, roll me a D100 as you three are falling asleep.
Well, Cinder full meditates on it too.
Okay, I'm gonna roll this one here.
Oh God, we're gonna get the worst version. I have a feeling.
Okay, let me just move this stuff around because they're in delay. Can someone give me some dark music, please?
Yes. Yep, we found the wrong one.
Yeah.
Worst here.
We were already in Firelink Shrine.
Well, I think it should work.
True.
Maybe. Whoever the music decides it wants to kick off. That should work.
So everyone right next to Syndra, right here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, this room doesn't seem very white. If anything, it seems the opposite.
No, but I definitely not trying this at all.
It seems you have come to me unexpectedly, my grandchild.
Yeah, I was expecting to go somewhere else myself, but, you know, drugs don't always take you where you want to go, but probably where you might need to go.
Yes, considering you have.
Oh no. Paranin, are you okay?
You can smell it, Tyrannin.
For those that don't know,
What are you talking about?
I love how out of Oberyn's ignorance here is like playing guitar like, oh, this is the dragon.
it
As
is
a bard, I'm pretty sure you know exactly who this is.
You know exactly who this is, actually.
This is one of the most famous dragons in all of the Sword Coast.
Uh-huh.
So slightly more famous than the one that you've already met.
To be fair though, she's literally stood up to gods and be like, yeah, what's up? So I don't think, like, she would have backed out at this point. Which is probably a bad thing, but...
I see that at least one has reverence toward my existence. As it looks over to, well, this being looks over to you, Oberina, and I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah, I'm good at those.
Wisdom just seemed like the right
Fuck
choice.
you!
I am sorry, but even with the 21, it's still a fail.
Damn it. Yeah, I figured his DC's like a 30 or something. Oh, no! That's illegal on so many levels! Also, Tyrion, you're immune to being frightened, you fuck.
Yeah, and it's not the immunity to like frightened effects is completely different to being actually frightened.
True.
You know how many times my mom warned me not to go near the 30-mile radius of this motherfucker?
Well, currently I'm just going to back up a little bit.
Good. But yes, if we are to continue with the conversation of your trip, it was I that called you here. As Daggerath looks right at you, Syndra, clearly now ignoring the existence of the other two that came along with you. Google, Syndra, say anything?
Syndra's just sitting there staring at him after he says that he was the one who pulled her. Because she's got that expression of, okay, there must be a reason you want to talk to me kind of expression.
Such a diligent child. Good. We will get to business then. It seems that you have, as he looks, and you can just tell immediately he is looking very pointedly at the mark of Null on you. And Tyrion, despite this creature's dead, necrotic eyes, you also feel the eyes are gazing upon your mark as well. Fascinating. It almost makes me feel enviable that you have the favor of Null. Almost.
I mean, I will say, I expected a lot more from it.
Oh. There is more to it, child. I've been keeping an eye on things from my end. Though it seems that the land that you're in is more complicated than I imagined. Almost as if he's reading your mind. And to think that the Inferno is there too.
Yes.
A worthwhile competitor if I were to give him some accolades. But no matter. The large talon-like claw comes out of the acid pool and points to your other hand. Present your ring to me.
She does.
And with his other, well, the thumb of the talon hand, holds it over and seems to prick a small bit of blood as it falls and drops onto the ring. Think of it as a gift. As you are, well, doing such a good job in finding your true origins.
unlocks a new set of abilities.
Ooh.
Damn. Holy shit.
A blessing, I believe, will be most suitable to you. Now, as we resume to business, the fact that you are marked with entropy, the mark of Oblivion, yes, you are much closer to the abyss now. Both of you, or no, 3. I sense there's at least 2 more that have it.
Yes.
And Tyrion and Oberina, while this large Dracolich looks upward, you can feel the eyes moving and looking at your direction. Come closer. I wish to look directly at my grandchild's associates.
Tyrion just does that neck crack he does before he's about to get into a fight, and takes a deep breath and walks forward.
I physically cannot, sadly, because I failed. Once
Either that's he put down the frightening aura for the moment. Okay. He does give a very loud commanding now, because you feel like he's looking at you.
I would roll for a wisdom, but Oberyn also knows what would happen if she fucking disobeys this person currently, so she's like, not a fan of royalty or the higher planes, but she also kind of knows what's gonna happen, so.
I see now. Interesting. Damaged souls. Mark of Oblivion. And Null. My, what excellent samples you brought.
I am curious. I think I found the book in your old lab. Is that really a space vampire? Or a half one? I mean, that was written by a crackpot, right?
I'm not gonna even roll his skill things because he has such absurd stats. So I'm just gonna say he already knows. I'm just looking. And he does look at Oberina. And it feels very unnerving. As there's really not much... Through this whole conversation, there is really no facial expressions and emotions. But you can only tell when there's emotion when he speaks. Yes. She is of a hybrid of sorts. And that crackpot was one of my dedicated followers. I granted him lichdom once he fulfilled his purpose. Pity he was destroyed by a bunch of adventurers some centuries ago.
He clearly didn't have intelligent way to do it. He fucked up that bad.
You'd be surprised of how many would be willing to take the shortcut if they think that it's profitable.
It was fine to take the shortcut to that, and however to be an idiot with phylactery is just pure incompetence.
Yes. That being said,
You, the hybrid blood. Two with hybrid blood in them. I certainly do feel these stare at you now. Interesting. I had my research with the amethyst dragons. And lo and behold, a rare subject is in front of me. But to return to your question about this one here. They are of a strange vampiric race that feed off on emotional energy. Whether it's positive or negative. As for the filthy fey blood in her veins, well, that is of little importance. But you... He looks over to you, Tyrannin. I smell an old associate of mine. Ragnus.
You're my father.
Yes. Let us just say his brazen attitude. Well, it was I who gave him that little moniker name of his.
That attitude of his got him by far.
You kind of see the laughter. Seems to have damaged him a little bit, maybe. You do see some of the greenish bile as he seems to attempt to actually genuinely smile. Let's just say these stories of your father has either been watered down or not said much. Entirely untrue. The large sharp claw kind of digs around into the soil a little bit, only as he's remembering something. I had given him a personal assignment once, which he has yet to complete. And no, I do not expect you to carry over his task, as I know he is no longer part of the living world.
Yes, he fell to a group of poachers.
Poachers? Oh, you were just but a whelp. Do not remember their colors.
I was quite young at the time.
Ah, but I can smell their magic on you. My, aren't you all connected in some way or another? You kind of see he turns his head a little bit as if he notices something. You were saying something, Syndra?
That's just how she kind of looks at Tyrannin. Your father was killed by Ed.
No,
I don't believe so.
not directly.
her time is of essence. Little vampire from the stars. You're in any dire straits yourself, with what seems to be something to consume your soul. No different than the lesser liches that need a phylactery refilled. I suggest you tap in more to your vampiric nature to survive the upcoming trial ahead.
As much as I would like to, and I understand that, there is still parts of my vampiric nature attached to the end of existence.
Yes, it'll be quite the experiment to watch. That being said, Ragnas and Ninali's child, I see that you are of two halves of a whole.
Yes, I'm working on finding the other half. Misplaced it.
I do not speak of the matters of the soul, but rather your existence tied to your sibling.
What does Proletariat have to do with this?
Had you not ever wondered why you two are so opposite in interests and abilities?
Just happens with siblings, right?
Usually. But why is it that only two hybrids were born? That's the reason for the confusion. Inferno thinks he succeeded. Arrogant fool. He never truly did study the arts. No matter. My child, our time runs short, but as I bequeath you that bit of power, prove to me a few more tasks ahead, and I shall give you one last power when you reach a turning point. But a word of warning, do not rely on the mark of Oblivion. Simply put, not even the gods will be able to save you at a certain point.
Actually, that's what I was actually trying to wonder out how to get the fuck rid of.
I can assure you this, Null will not save you from that.
Oh, shit.
At least, not how Null is currently.
Alright. That makes more sense then.
My dear little grandchild, you never cease to impress me. As you do hear the dark chuckle, and let me delete this, as
the dark view of a cavern filled with acidic pools vanishes. And you're all in a very, well, two of you are in a very familiar white room.
Oh, this is the white room you were referring to.
Yeah, don't try looking at the door. It's very weird.
What the fuck does Inferno have to do with this?
I think Inferno fucked your mom.
That or Inferno experimented with your father's genes.
Maybe Inferno pretended to be your father.
Maybe you are your own father all along. It's a stable time loop.
Yeah, we could just go ask him.
We could, probably. This is why.
I mean, you can roll. You can all roll me a history.
Didn't he have a... Wait.
He has ruby children.
His half-bred children.
I wouldn't know. Goddamn, team. We're on something today.
So
Mavis when you need her.
She's alive and not doing
She's
dumb
the only one
shit.
that can roll dice.
You know what? I haven't done this today, so I'm just gonna chronal shift.
okay, I'll let you do that.
Thank
So-
Christ.
Syndra, you recall that Inferno, his mate is a ruby dragon, but the appearances of the children don't look like anything like Tyrannin's appearance, and most of them were usually hiding in the human guise. You never seen their dragon forms.
You realize we haven't seen any of their iconic forms, right?
Oh, yes.
Their mother is a ruby. I just kind of assumed they were one or the other, or another half-breed.
Oh, I did as well.
I have nothing to contribute to this. Though, I'm curious. You said your sister was searching for the Book of the World, right?
Yes.
Are we sure she hasn't found it in a different timeline? And that's what drove her to come and look for it?
Possibly she has. Actually, more than possible, I found it for her.
On the other hand, Tyrion, I think the real question is why there are only two of you, which would make the assumption that one of you was meant to be a sapphire, one of you was meant to be blue, and someone screwed with both of you.
I mean, she took after most of my mother's traits more, and I took after my father. But we still took after each of our parents, and
You know that half-breeding between
yeah.
doesn't happen.
No, he kind of looks like that one woman we saw before.
This one's different.
Oh, you're a new one.
Why are we playing the Halo ODST? We're about to fucking die? That's actually really fitting for his character, because he looks like a noir-based cat. I hate it. Let me look up her name, because now I gotta look through NPCs again. No, it's in Mensato.
She probably might be in Wandering.
Wandering Traveler, yeah. But I see Wogan and I just think Jackal.
That was before I got attached to Jackal.
True. Huh. She reminds me of the one woman, except of a shorter brand. The Liliana Forgas. Forgas? Probably suffering that thing. She looks very similar to him.
Yeah,
Has he said anything yet, or is he just staring at us? Weird.
I rolled a d8 to see which death shows up, and this is the one that shows up.
I'll take it. Oh. You can just say streaming miser, you don't have to say technical issues.
So, I don't know if I trust Dragon Village all the time, but he said Null would be able to help you, and Null would be able to help us with Shadow Waves, the Mark of Oblivion. You know, getting rid of that.
The figure that you see before you as it appeared, the tall figure with a long hat as well, the top hat. You just see it visibly just shake its head left and right in a disagreement.
Would it have to be then someone from, if we were to remove it, either forcibly or not, would it have to be the one tied to the abyss in order for it to be removed?
The tall figure pulls out a long skeletal arm, reaches over to its head, or at least where the face would be. It seems to be pulling or plucking at something. It retreats the arm back, which is now covered with a strange dark ichor. And you just hear a voice very similar to Daggeroth, if not somewhat more of a mockery to it. Fulfill tasks, not yet time to collect. Too soon you arrive.
I have a question if we hit someone here with technical difficulties.
Speak.
We wish to bring down a primal that shouldn't exist. And since you seem to have some power over the death plane and the abyss, would you at least be able to aid us in some way? Considering, you know, I have part of him inside of me that should also be there.
No.
Well, that was my one question.
Situation delicate.
Due to the nature of the primals and ley lines, then that tampering might fuck it.
No. The shroud between Oblivion, reality, and current existence.
Do you mean like a metaphorical shroud or an actual? We've met him before, he's also a dick.
This thing seems to just leer or loom over you all, not really taking the joke of it all.
I figure.
And Sindri, you do feel like it's looking at you, despite the massive darkness of its head, or at least the hidden visual. Theories are accurate enough. The walls between realities are crumbling. No longer a cycle, but a maddening spiral. We simply seek to restore the equilibrium that is being disrupted. There is much change that must be done, things to be completed.
Right.
You've also entered the pact with Null, or rather death itself, long ago in one instance. That was used to buy time. Sindra, you may roll history if you want to attempt to remember.
I think she knows.
Okay, figure out.
Yeah,
that's
stop
good.
asking us to roll, Miser. Not today.
You know what I'm doing too is like because we got the games tomorrow and all the other sessions, so I'm having you guys do all your bad rolls now so you can roll good for the next sessions.
Yeah, here's fucking
Session
hoping, man.
mine, right?
Huh?
I realize the next session's mine, right?
Yes,
We want good rolls for those, though.
but yeah, it's
Not
enough.
for me.
It's enough of a roll for you, Sindra. You vaguely remember a conversation you had with one of Death's versions.
100 years.
Yes, you and another iteration of the one named after stars.
Right. She did get out of it, didn't she?
She did not. At least not that iteration.
Wait. Does that mean that even though she's erased from existence, there's still pieces of her left gathered throughout? Outside of
Yes.
the obvious one.
She erased one of her existences. There's still others that didn't get erased with it.
Well, we're definitely going to need that astral spindle then.
It may or may not be effective at this point.
I really don't think it is going to be, considering there's not... We're losing timelines.
Yes, you are correct.
In that case, that means we're losing our parallels.
That
Which means that using the Moonflower to combine ourselves across the timelines is completely void because they don't exist anymore.
not quite.
Wouldn't it do the opposite? If anything, give our belt an anchor to attach to rather than be erased?
The parallels that die. It is a ship full of passengers without the ship in the middle of an ocean.
Or what if we were instead to use the spindle to find a way to make a ship, to give them a single point to attach to, and then Cinder said with whatever she's talking about, converge them at the point.
That method is already being done with the land, or rather, the dead world that you are all in.
want to ask you a question. One that you might not be able to answer.
That would depend.
Are there beings that are immune to the cycle?
Yes.
Is Null immune to their own cycle? Their own rules?
No.
So there is an exact purpose for my iteration.
Yes.
Was it Null's idea?
There is a uneasy silence, and you all feel the pressure of it. That I cannot say, for it is not yet the time.
You're right. That is yet to be seen. That will come right before the end.
That is correct.
So seeing that you probably could answer this one, what did Inferno do to Tiernan?
Nothing.
Huh.
This large figure looks over to you, Tiernan.
Yeah.
He's looking at you.
Uh-huh.
He explodes.
I'm looking at him.
I looked at her.
I know.
She looked at me. Oh no! Now he's definitely gonna explode.
You have
It'll
been
go to your-
sundered twice over.
I was stunted before I even met, what's his name, Magus Arrow?
That was a catalyst to sunder you further, yes. You are unique.
Have I ever been an entire being?
Yes. I had collected fragments of you and your other half. Some, however, fell to the one you call Shroud, along with many other grudges.
Shroud isn't one of you, is he?
No. And you hear the no with a lot more force.
I didn't mean it offensively, I need to know. I'm guessing he's something from the chaos of the abyss.
He is the shark that devours the ones lost in the times that died. You know well, stragglers and those adrift are easy pickings for those that swim beneath.
Indeed.
Returning, or at least tilting the hat or body to look at Tyrannin. You were born to be whole, but you and I'm going really low on this kind of stuff here. Your sibling shared souls.
We were separated after birth.
Born in eggs, hatched at different times to not be noticed. Ever wondered why there was no other egg clutches except you two?
No, but now I do.
Good. Be wary. The one that wishes to erase everything will do all he can to gather the ingredients.
You know, I really haven't asked exactly what he's trying to name. I've gathered a little bit of idea, but...
If you can prevent his actions upon the alignment, you have higher chance of success. However, when the eclipse begins and ends, so too will his ritual. And I will no longer be able to collect the lost souls, as I too will be among the collected.
Wait... Is he... Oh, that's some true freaking madness, if that's what it is.
Are you going to enlighten us, or keep it to yourself?
He is using the alignment to collect everything's souls at the same time.
I mean, the only thing that could collect that much soul would you basically have to bring the end.
Not entirely.
Sindra, can you roll me a perception at advantage, because I believe you are looking at this entity? You get the vaguest feeling as you're looking at it that this thing is giving a smile as you make that particular conclusion.
That is dreadfully disturbing, I must say. Oh, some master even thought about that one.
Karsus also thought similarly. But he never thought the ritual through or the role that it represents. Hence his failing and folly.
No wonder he has to have Tarask pots and other things. No wonder he has to have essences of creation. That is interesting.
I'm lost.
Yes, same as I.
Time is short. Return to the waking world.
Thank you, Death.
I am merely the Undertaker. One day I will collect you all and bring you to your destination, should it still be there.
Tell Null that I still hope to win.
Just a nod. As,
God, what a bad trip.
could, Mavis or can Mavis and Arizel roll me a d4, please?
20 hours later.
Well, I'm gonna find out.
7 hours later.
Wait, did I lose, oh, there's...
Nope, they're both
This
there.
is the
Okay.
bathroom.
Alright, no problem. Just want to make sure, because I know we tend to roleplay hard on this. So yeah, 5 hours have passed. During that time, what is Mavis and Arizel doing as, your 3 other compatriots are out cold? And Ari, you are currently muted.
Sorry, my mic was being weird. Say that one more time.
So, 5 hours are going to pass. What is Arizel and Mavis doing within that time as you notice that your friends are, lying still like, corpses?
Well, I will probably be keeping an eye on them, like, every once in a while playing cards with Helena, because Helena broke out a new pack, so...
Okay, so roll me a d100.
Okay.
Unless Mavis is also playing with them.
Mavis is MIA right now.
Okay. Well,
Right down the middle.
right down the middle. In fact, you know what?
Yeah.
It had been an intense card game, but you managed to beat Helena 51 out of 100. Yeah, you literally
Yes.
played the whole time. You played 100 games, and you managed to beat her 51 times.
I won. That's great. I love it.
Intense. Hold on, because Helena is also an honorable. She's an honorable dwarf in her own right, even though she's human but shrunk.
Yeah.
She pulls out. You don't know how she does it because of her small, diminutive body, but she pulls out a bag or a pouch that's as big as her, and you hear the sound, the familiar noise of gold, and she gives you 44 gold coins. Just some of the earnings that I had taken from you before. Good game.
Well, thank you. Yes, indeed. Good game.
I wonder how long they're going to be laying. Oh, seems like they're, as she's saying this, the three of you regain conscience.
Motherfucker's trying to build a mistle. Well, a phylactery-sized pistol out of the universe. That's not a bad idea. He's not just assuming one god, he's taking them all. Plus all of us. Are any of you awake enough to have that?
No, I am. Confused is all.
Well, what gave me the idea was remembering that Samasta had tried to turn a comet into, well, the Draco Rage missile, which was also a kind of the King Killer comet. He tried to turn that into his phylactery. He kind of succeeded and failed at the same time. And Karsus tried to become a god by stealing Mistra's magical powers with, well, Mistral, the original one. And that's how we have Mistra and restrictions on magic in our world.
Okay.
So is everyone doing alright? As you see Sierra coming by, looking somewhat worried.
I think this was called a personal crisis.
You mean the identity crisis?
I mean, you know, realizing I haven't bathed since we've been in, like, 2 fights with these clothes on,
Yes, well, you do have a very strong earthy smell now.
Did you two shit yourself when you saw my great-grandfather?
I mean, I didn't care for about 5 seconds until he said no.
Yeah, you don't look him in the eyes. Not the first time.
You did figure shrug. If I die, I die. I'm not going to try to personally get myself killed, but I'm not necessarily going to back down from something like that, unless, let's just say I didn't understand for a minute who the hell I was dealing with. Then it took me about 5 seconds, and then I almost wanted to die.
Yeah, he tried to, hasn't he?
At least they gave you a new thing for your ring.
I honestly was expecting a significant amount of pain, to be honest.
Maybe you just gotten used to it at this point that the pain has just been numbed. Or, you know, because your other hand.
No, I mean, he literally sprayed me with acid twice. And that's how I got that thing where I can do with my arms and hands. But what's left of
Maybe
it?
he's more accepting of you, or you've become stronger and more attuned to it, so it doesn't spray you in the eyes? I don't know.
Sandra, you can roll me a history at advantage.
This is where my knowledge of this starts falling apart.
Double 23. So you keenly remember that Daggeroth made it very clear that he would only accept you once you've overcome the pain of your transformation. When he gave you your scales.
And that's why she flexes every now and then. Because it's like, fuck it.
But Sierra does add, yes, you 3 do have a much more earthly scent. Well, all of you do. And not in a good way.
It was me just trying to see, because they both met my great-grandfather who, do you know who the Creeping Doom is?
I'm going to roll this at disadvantage, because she would not know. I never heard of it. Is that some sort of monster in the swamps or something?
Which world are you from?
I am from Faerun.
Sword Coast?
The Westgate.
That is a little bit farther. The Creeping Doom, Daggerolf, probably one of the most ancient Dracoliches that exists.
You actually see a very large clarity in her eyes of, I'm sorry, but the last Dracolich I know that came to existence in Toril was, I believe he called himself Kauth? Kelth? They called him Old Snarl at times. He led a dragon cult.
She flips open the book.
What?
Oh. Wait, how long have you been gone?
I am sorry?
She opens her copy of that text and is like, well, Snarl became leader. Wait.
There's a key
Old
difference,
Snarl.
though. He never became a Dracolich. He's still very much alive.
Snarl wasn't a Dracolich. But then again, most people don't realize that Dagathoth cheated Holikon. And technically is running the cult on his own anyway.
From your book, I'll get this information. Old Snarl, or Kaluth, was running his own religion.
Yeah. Wasn't that like though meta-wise, wasn't that like way back before the,
But he's still alive, is the thing.
yeah, but I mean, I thought he started doing that like way before the Rise of Tiamat era.
Uh-huh. But her words is that, from her memory, the last Dracolich was, Koth. You remember?
What year did you leave?
She kind of thinks back, starts working on her fingers. Let me get her other notes now that I can play around with. I believe it was... She immediately shouts to one of her fellow druids. Let's see. Let's give who is she gonna call up to? Okay, she calls up to the leader herself. Irene, when do we leave Toril to come to this new land? When Tannis and some of the others were really requiring our aid and the like? Which she walks in and she just simply speaks of, we left around, I believe it was near the end of 3598.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3490 AD, well, it's no longer called DR. I believe we had it as, AM.
What's the AM stand for?
The Astral Menagerie, because of the various new constellations that were noticed in the skies.
So, Marina, what year was it when you left?
Either.
Roll me a d8.
One.
You left, type it down.
I left in something known as, or at least what I remember, 14.99 the hour.
So we were here, Ari and I, in my vessel, we left in 1498. Which I believe was the same year you left, wasn't it, Tiernan?
Is it?
Yes.
I believe so, yes. I don't really keep track of time.
We left in 1498, you left a year later, and they're telling us they left 3 times that years ago, you know, 2 millennia later.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Though I
It's the first time we've had a time discrepancy.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a millennia from the same world. But... No, actually, in physics term, I think that actually makes more sense, because we are... If we are essentially the entirety of everything, then... time dilation would be in effect. This actually explains a lot of things.
They mentioned the cult of the dragons, right?
Yes.
Wait. Well, that's interesting to think about, because the Cult of the Dragon was completely blasted back to nothing, just except for the eastern branches.
Here's the question. While dealing with the cult of the dragons, did you meet a, I'll say, lifeless or cursed woman by the name of Akra? Wears a generally kind of horned armor?
I believe Mavis can answer that question if she is available.
Do you know who Akra is?
I worked with her. I told you about this.
I thought you would put 2 and 2 together about things. The white armor we fight, it was Akra.
No, I'm well aware, especially with the name. I'm curious if because the Akra that I knew was fighting against the cult of the dragons, but she's also a little bit, as they say, mentored by a vampire, so she could be lifeless, meaning I'm curious how far back it would go. So
Well,
kind of
I know in my timeline, Akra was shortly before that, you know, the Dragon War occurred with, you know, Cult of the Dragon trying to bring Tiamat through the Well of the Dragon, bullshit, and apparently Ed saving the world with Akra and everyone else.
Quick, stop right there, or rather the, meta knowledge.
Oh, I thought we knew that.
Yes, Akra was hunting the Cult of the Dragon, but she never worked it with the other group, which Tyrion knows the particular adventurers that attacked him were the ones who hunted the Cult of the Dragon.
I mean, I think this was just player Ed and Syndra would like thought to put the 2 together, so that would
Okay.
still be a dirt. You know, I mean, if it's right or wrong, I think that she was like, well, Akra said she was going off to fight the Cult of the Dragon, and Ed got together with a bunch of people and fought the Cult of the Dragon, so
Yes.
they probably got met up somewhere.
Yes, okay. Yes, that would be correct as well. Tyrion remembers Akra in a different way.
Yeah.
Or
And,
the daughter just decided to put two things inside of Tyrion that should have been there.
Yeah, is Mavis there? Or available? Do we...
Yes.
Okay, you can add into the information if you wish, but you do remember that not once Akra ever felt cold or a vampire. She was definitely not undead, as long as you've known her. She ate food, talked to people, was in the sun, touched holy objects, sometimes smashed a holy object over someone's head if or an undead.
remember, Miser, not to metagame this.
Yeah.
Because Oberina had sensed her energy, that she wasn't vampiric, but she definitely got the idea of similar, because I think they had talked about this a little bit
Yes,
during the one shot.
Yeah, what you picked up was that she was definitely cursed.
See, that's the thing I'm worried, or at least wondering, is that the Akra I knew was cursed with, in a similar way to being, I don't want to say undying, but similar to immortality in a way. So I was curious if, Stereo, you would have known an Akra in your timeline, or with the Cult of the Dragons.
Okay, I guess I rolled her really bad numbers. Let me get her. Did I put your sheet away? There he is.
That's what I was trying to ask originally. As it kind of looked like it was pointed more at the party, but it was more towards her, like when we were timeline comparing to kind of look at discrepancies within time.
This will be a disadvantage because she's not a historian.
Give inspiration.
You can roll it. I'll give it.
Well, let's go D10. Woo!
Oh,
It's like a 19.
19. I vaguely remember some stories of the Cult of the Dragon and those that stopped it. It was definitely a bunch of adventurers. To remember them exactly, it would be... There was definitely a Dinah the True Shot. She was the leader of the group.
2 human males.
Yes.
No male and 2 human females.
Yes, that's correct. They were mostly human. I think there was a mage that was with them. I think.
Oh, of course there was.
There was also I think there was a couple of warriors of Bahamut.
That would have been Rasputin. His ilk probably. Oh wait, no, he was Bahamut. He was the purple
I
dragon.
believe that must have been Sieg.
Cool.
Sieg the Ironheart.
Yes, that was his name. He was a defender, and I do apologize. I'm not that very good with history.
Goth the Strong.
Yes, a barbarian man, a wild man, I think there was.
He didn't wear many clothing.
I suppose not. I mean, those wild men tend to, well, they tend to really flaunt their muscles. I think there was someone from the Thieves Guild that joined them, which was kind of odd, but at the same time made sense for, well, protect the world and not let Tiamat be summoned to the world of mortals in reality.
Yes, Connie the Silent.
Yes, from what I remember, after they succeeded, I believe they were granted their titles by the King of Cormyr at the time before it mysteriously sank. I wonder if their titles actually meant anything afterwards. Much afterwards, there wasn't really much history after them. I think it was like maybe 7 or 8 individuals. Some of them just fade into obscurity, and well, they're the only ones I think I know off the top of my head. Plus, it wasn't just only them. There were other groups and other people who opposed the Cult of the Dragons, and afterwards there was a massive chromatic dragon purge. It was very weird. There was also something about, I think there was something about a dragon meteor or a dragon rock that drove dragons into insanity.
Hey, what now?
It was a fun weekend.
Helmets.
Yes, appears like every...
The track.
I think that was it. But it got really ugly as then the giants got involved, and it was just a pure mess. And that happened like, I guess 1,000 years ago, roughly, maybe more. I can assure you, I was no.
He just goes, what?
Yes, it happened in a different age. At least she kind of has like a little bit of a look of realization. I feel like I said something that is horribly wrong with you, or that was not the answer you were looking for. I mean, did I say something wrong?
I experienced all of that.
Irene actually looks you up and down for a brief moment. That shouldn't be possible, though.
He's a dragon, not a kobold.
Then he must be a very old dragon, then.
I'm barely into my adult years.
Yeah, You see a tiny friend of that, that's not a normal height.
Wow. Okay. One moment.
Well, that's not reassuring.
What are we worried about?
Yeah, we'll probably die slow, painful death anyway, so...
No, not you guys, just them.
Oh, they're gonna explode. Awesome.
I actually had to get their actual personal sheets down to make sure I roll it. Oh, you don't even get really much of a save. This is gonna be fun.
You're just dead.
Oh no, I mean she actually gets a because of her int. Not at still the first roll. Right. So you can all roll me either perception or investigation. Everyone that's wants to participate, I'll give that to them.
You know, I'm participating hard enough as is.
Is perception or what, sorry?
Investigation.
Wasn't an advantage.
Wow, of course. God damn it. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
So ascending order, Syndra, you felt something weird in the air as you are all comparing notes of time. Tyrannin, you also noticed this, but it seems a little bit more sharper, or at least a weird, you know, some weird brief lights. Kind of like when you strain your eyes and then when you open them, you see these little sparkles flying around. Oblivion and Mavis, for a brief moment where, Irene and Sierra are standing. For a brief moment, it looks like they almost look distorted for a brief moment, but Arizel, with your nice, lovely investigation, you see almost like the world distorts a little bit, and then you see these two, for the briefest of moments, blink out of existence and then blink back in. And they blink, they look around, like, Sierra talking, looking somewhat confused. I apologize. What were we talking about again?
Fucking, oh god, I think. Remember, Sandra, what we were just told? about reality starting to collapse? I think it might be starting.
And let me just roll for Irene.
Yay!
Ah, yes, we were talking about the Dragon War and the Cult of the Dragon. There was the individuals that helped out, and then following afterwards, it was the they call the event the Storm King's Thunder because the Storm King's wife was killed by some secret society, and they pinned the blame on just about everybody in Sword Coast. And well, the king in his anger nearly set out all the giants to start attacking everybody.
Yeah,
And
that's why all the giants are pissed off.
also, all of you, yes,
Okay. Is
continue.
she like repeating it? Like kind of like a loop after the glitch? Like we've heard this?
Not exactly, but you all do know this particular history because it happened just a little bit after the dragon cult situation.
Okay.
And the way she's saying it as if she was just recently there, or it happened recently, as she adds, right, and then there was there was those other weird situations going on, but yeah, Cormier sank for some reason that we still don't quite know about.
Oh.
If I told you that it was because the king was turned into a horror knight and a wizard did it, would you believe us?
I mean, considering that it only happened... How long did it happen, Sierra? It only happened, like, what? 2-3 years ago, maybe?
Because let me guess.
Sorry, I have a terrible memory. When did you say you left Faerun again?
Oh, we left Faerun at 1498 DR. I mean...
Wait. Fucking. Can I? Oh, I have something that'll make this really fun. Miser.
Go ahead.
I want to do this.
Sure.
I'm gonna cast Zone of Truth, but I want to do something fun. Syndra, since we're going to be doing this a little bit, let's say bastardized, I need you to use some temporal magics to enhance this, to make sure we know exactly when they left, as she's going to cast Zone of Truth.
I love this. Okay. So what you're doing, I'll see if I can work with it.
Oh, am I muted? Hold on.
No, you
No,
know.
we hear you.
Okay. So the idea, Syndra, is they glitch the fuck out, and now their timeline discrepancy seems off. I need you to somehow, I guess, blend the realities, and we could find the truth within. It's going to be really fucking weird, but that way we at least get the best of what we're trying to understand.
I don't entirely know what I could do.
Well, you understand at least chronergy magic. Maybe there's something you can do?
I'm gonna focus one of these, or a couple of these Wiser, just to see if it actually would have made any difference on anything. Just, I know some of it's maybe not affected it, but just out of my knowledge.
Oh wait, let me see the momentary stasis.
With it make constitution and ooh, into a magic field. Takes any damage.
You know what? I'll play around with it. Roll me an Arcana while using your momentary stasis.
I'll fucking use my bardic inspiration. We're getting that higher.
Go for it.
There we
So
go.
21. Alright. I mean 23. Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay, so let us end the session with a little fun scenery as Oberina and Syndra, as you perform this, I want both of you to roll me a D100 now.
Oh, this is gonna be some bitch shit. I'm not ready. Well, come on, Syndra.
Wait.
Wow!
Okay.
Shit.
Okay. Hold on. I just gotta fix this up a little bit more.
Get ready to get marked again by Oblivion because we're fucking with the time stream.
Not quite. But anyway, as you perform this, you see for the very moment double. But
Oh,
they
Jesus.
look very translucent next to one another. And they are both looking directly at you guys, not knowing what's going on around them, and almost in synchronization, all four simply say, I don't understand the meaning of the usage of your zone of truth if you're using that spell, but, I guess it'll work?
Syndra, you're seeing what I'm seeing, right?
I'll put it this way. All the party members can see this.
I fucking hate this place.
We should probably stop questioning them.
Oh,
We
100%.
Actually, try to do this because I'm pretty sure we're about to rip a hole through the temporal space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the date, so we should stop.
So, I'm gonna leave the session right here, end it right here, because I'm kind of happy that my players kind of now realize exactly the horrible thing that I'm doing to this universe.
Literally ripping itself apart.
But, yes, so I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark. Thank you for joining on this crazy adventure that I'm putting these guys in. My content on Twitch and YouTube, Miser Mark, and I will hand it over to tomorrow's DM for CSRO's Moogle.
Hello. I play Syndra, and I also do commission work for art, for character stuff. We have a link in the description below for my information for that. I get to torment these people tomorrow with more of my lovely Ravenloft campaign. Yeah, big fight tomorrow possibly. Against their first boss inside the Crimson City. So we'll see how they do this. That being said, then we got Tuesday's clusterfuck, Mariner.
Wow. Thanks.
Hey, you're the one who calls it that.
I call it that because my party's a clusterfuck, not the game. And, you know,
The
And
difference?
then you have a drunk one who, drunk.
that was great. That whole scene was great. Anyway, you can find me, DM Mariner on Twitch, Transpace Mariner on Twitch, DM Mariner on Twitter. And yeah, Tuesday we get to enjoy a nice Vandeville show. We got your Vandeville audience. We got a few just extra stagehands to make sure everything goes swimmingly. You know, your typical just kind of fun circus that everyone enjoys. And yeah, that'll be the fun that we get to deal with on Tuesday. And I guess I'll throw it over to Jeebus.
Hey everybody, I am the other Monday DM. I run Drake's Salvation, where the party will be attempting a stealth mission.
No, those
It's
never
gonna
end
go
well.
horribly, knowing these loud armored fucks. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
You misunderstand our tactics.
Yeah, we're gonna blow up all the sigils in the until room or the hallway.
You guys are funny. Alright, yeah, but that's me. You can find my stuff on YouTube at James the Dingus.
I guess.
And I'll throw it over to Arizel.
Hello, I'm Av. I play as Arizel in the Sunday game, and I play Mala in the Tuesday game. And yeah, I have a Twitter account down below, mostly just stuff relating to art and to D&D. So yeah, that's me.
Alright, I think that's it for everyone for this evening. Well, thank you again. Have a safe night. See you tomorrow.